My name is Nancy Fisher. Good morning, Mr. Martyr. Today's date is Wednesday, May 29th, 2024. I'm here to interview you in your home in Riverdale, New York, and the language of this interview is English. The interview is being conducted for the USC Shoah Foundation. My name is Nancy Fisher. Today's date is Wednesday, May 29th, 2024. I'm here to interview the Holocaust survivor, Mr. Samuel Martyr, in his apartment in Riverdale, New York. The interview is being conducted for the USC Shoah Foundation, and the language of the interview is English. Good morning. Please tell me your full name.
Good morning. My name is Samuel Martyr.
Please tell me your date of birth.
It's December 11, 1930.
Are you sure about that date?
I'm sure that I have two dates.
Please explain.
My real birthday, which they did not register after the war, is May 3, 1930. And the one that I was registered on after the war in DP camp was December 11, 1930.
What is your age today?
My age is now 94.
And before we proceed, would you take a moment to tell us about those two artifacts on the table to your left? What are they?
Yes. The book on my left is a siddur that my father used every Friday night at the table to say Kiddush. And I cannot explain it now, and I cannot explain the reason why I did it. I didn't think about it. It just happened. When we were putting together our things in order to be taken down to the train, which was our first trip towards concentration camp, I found myself taking this as the first most necessary thing that I should have. Although my father, I'm sure, did not have time to think about it, he thought about us and about taking as much food as he could. But somehow I took that along with me and I carried it when we went on the train, when we walked by foot, all the way to concentration camp. And I had it there for 3.5 years. Luckily, it was not lost. And I carried it with me on my way back from concentration camp, which we partially walked on the way back after the liberation, and then on the way to New York.
And who are the family members in the photograph? Can you tell me?
Yes. My mother on the right,
Her name?
Esther, and my father next to her, Beryl, and below is myself and my sister Eva, and to the left is my aunt, a mother of my sister that passed away just before the Holocaust.
And her name?
Her name was I'll explain to you why I'm thinking about it. Dwara. Deborah. The reason I was thinking about it is because she did not have a stone. So in 1990, when my sister and I decided to go back to Chernovitz obviously for emotional reasons, I was able to find the place where she was buried, and I was able to have a stone put up, even under those circumstances. So I had to think about it, and I thought of all the difficulties that I went through having that stone made. So I'm glad that we were able to do it, and I was able to accomplish it.
And they are all close to you for the
course.
telling of your story.
Of course, yes.
It's important. Where were you born?
In Chernovitz, a city in an area of Romania that was called Bukovina. And our first 10 years, or my first 10 years, my sister is 3 years older, we were under Romanian government.
If you and I were standing together now, looking at your home, what would I see?
You would see an apartment house, and it had a front balcony, and luckily we were able to see it. I managed to ask the lady who came out on the balcony. We were down on the street, a group of 3 people, my sister, myself, and a neighbor. We were all children at that time, and we went back for the same reasons, just to see our old home. And this lady showed up on the balcony, and in my very limited Ukrainian, I managed to dare to ask her if she would let us go up and see the apartment. And I explained to her that we used to live there. She was willing to let us come up, and of course it was quite an emotional visit, because all the past that we remembered was there except the furniture. And at that time I started writing my memories of that room, of one room of that apartment, when I was a child. And I went to check immediately to see whether my memories are the same as I thought they were. And I was right. I described it correctly. It used to be a synagogue, make-do synagogue, until the actual synagogue was built that my father had organized in the name of his follower, a rabbi, who entrusted him with the caretaking of his children, who were at that time, when he died of cancer, they were below age, so we call below legal age. And so my father was entrusted with their care. And that's how we wound up having the synagogue in our apartment, until that synagogue downstairs, which was like a basement entrance, was built.
What floor did you live on?
On the first floor. In Europe that would be considered a first floor, but here it would be considered a second floor, because there was a mezzanine.
What did it look like? besides this one room?
What did they?
What did the apartment look like? What was in it?
Well, nothing that I would remember, because our furniture was gone. It was new furniture, because there were two families living there. There was one family living there when we came back. That was a Polish family, apparently with some connection to the Nazi regime, because they moved to Czernowitz, and otherwise they would not have been able to get there. And after that, a Ukrainian family. So we never met that Polish family, but we did meet her, the lady of the apartment that is in whose apartment she's living now.
Besides your mother and your father and your sister and yourself, did anybody else live there or work there?
Yes, yes. We had a cousin, a nephew of my mother, who was not able to live in his house. There was some friction, the father divorced, and so he lived in our house for a long time, and he became like an older brother to us.
What was his name?
His name was also connected with long stories. Aaron. And he went with us to concentration camp. And he actually was helpful in our survival.
Where were your parents born?
They were born in Poland, what is now Ukraine. I'm not sure whether this part of Poland is considered Ukraine now at this point, but it was Poland at that time, and so officially they were officially Polish, of Polish nationalities.
Do you know how they met?
Do I know?
Do you know how they met each other? Did you ever learn that story? How your mother and father met in Poland?
Oh, I don't think they met in Poland. I think they met in Romania, in Czernowitz. Because my mother went to Czernowitz, and my father went at a very early age to Czernowitz, because his father died when his mother was pregnant.
But is there any story
And so he became...
that's attached to their meeting?
Pardon me?
Is there any story that you were told that is attached to their meeting each other?
Yes, I just remember that he preferred living in our house, and he considered my parents like his parents.
But your mother and father, how did they
Yes.
meet each other in Czernowitz?
How they met, I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that it was the old-style Hasidic matching technique.
Was there a family cook? Or who did the cooking in your family?
My mother.
Your mother, all of that. Can you tell me a little bit more about her, as you remember her?
Yes, I remember her as a very quiet woman, a little withdrawn. Her main job, as I remember, was just taking care of us and helping out not helping out, but doing everything that had to be done in the house, while her sister was doing actually the same. She was also helping take care of us, but she was also helping my father in his store. He had a little grocery store, and so she was most of the time in the store with my father. which was the store was in the same house, in the same apartment house. So she was to us like a second mother.
Where did your mother go for the food and the food and the staples?
Yes, in that area, all the food was bought in the market. There was a market in the city, and everyone went to buy from the farmers, local farmers, and all the shopping for food that grows on earth was bought from that market, from the peasants.
How were things kept fresh or cold in your apartment?
There was not much chance. I don't remember of a cooling system, obviously, and I think most of our food had to be bought almost daily in order to be able to eat fresh food or vegetables. Of course, bread was bought in a bakery. It was baked every day, twice a day. And I remember that because my father used to warn my father used to sell bread. So he would warn the people in the afternoon that the bread was not really from the afternoon, that it was from the morning, in case they bought it a little late. So I remember that, him warning them, make sure that he sold them the right stuff. But he was unusual in many respects because he used to sell and sell to people that he knew could not afford to go on credit. And he gave them the food anyway, and telling them that not to worry, that when they have the food, when they have the money, they can always bring it later. And my mother used to call it a non-profit organization.
What language was spoken to you at home?
We spoke Yiddish at home. That was our main language. But with some of our friends, actually most of our friends spoke Yiddish. My sister, who was 3 years older, she spoke with her classmates in German, although it was a Hebrew school. So German and Yiddish were the main languages. And sometimes I would speak to my father in German and he would answer me in Yiddish.
What kind of foodstuffs or produce or products did your father sell? What did he have there?
Sugar, salt, pepper, things like that, bread, rolls, flour, corn flour, candies. Stuff that you usually don't buy on the market.
Do you have any memories of special dinners besides Shabbat? We'll get to Shabbat, but besides Shabbat that your mother made? Anything that was special to you?
Yes, yes. I always remember Friday afternoons was a very special afternoon for me because mother used to make potato pancakes. And they just melted in the mouth. I could not wait to come home from Cheder. By the way, I used to go to a Hebrew school in the morning and a Cheder, which is a religious school, in the afternoon. So I could not wait to get home and taste those delicious potato pancakes.
Well, tell me a little bit about Shabbat in your house.
Shabbat was very traditional in the Orthodox sense. Father would come home from synagogue and recite. There is a little recitation that is said out before he makes Kiddush, which is Shalom Aleichem, which is greeting the angels, because there is a legend that angels are accompanying every person that comes home from synagogue into the home. And so this recitation was always done before Kiddush. And I remember him singing that, and that involved the Siddur, that's how I remember it. And then he would make Kiddush. And when I got older, he asked me to make Kiddush, older, up to the age of 10. And then the usual meal, like soup or some meat. And I don't remember much dessert. It was a little expensive.
Who made the challah?
My mother. She did everything in the house.
What did the Sabbath table look like?
It was covered with a nice linen cloth, and there was always wine and the candles on the table. And Friday night you could always tell coming into the kitchen, realizing that it was Friday night, because of these items that were on the table. And of course the challah was prepared, ready for the meal.
In your book, you actually said you never remembered a Shabbat without guests.
Yes.
Who were those guests?
I did not know them. There was a single man. He seemed to me at that time to be in his 50s. And he lived, as I said, he lived alone. And sometimes he would come, sometimes someone else would come that was a stranger in the city. My father would invite him to eat with us. And somehow I would always remember someone from the street or that visited the synagogue. And my father found out that they were from out of the city and they had nowhere to go for the Sabbath meal, so they were invited.
What was Saturday like, the next day?
Saturday in the morning, the first thing was going to synagogue with my father. And of course, I met other children there. And we were at a young age, so we would fool around and kid around, and what children do usually when they're tired of praying. And then afterwards we would come home for lunch. I do remember there was some time when they would make Kiddush. There was in that street, there was a store that would, a bar, that was a Jewish bar, and people would just go on Saturday. They were open because no one took money. And we would just go there and have Kiddush as a special occasion if there was some special bar mitzvah or whatever. No, we did not witness too many bar mitzvahs because the people at my age were too young for that. But there could have been maybe an engagement or something like that, and then we would be going to the street, down the street, and have something with another group of people, and then of course the money would be taken care of during the week.
Is there another Jewish holiday that is a favorite of yours?
Yes. My favorite holiday was Simchat Torah and Purim. Purim was enjoyable for children because we all dressed up differently and acted up as children in our own crazy ways. And Simchat Torah was also something that made people, made children more active by having these little flags and all that, and people were dancing and all that. So that was it. It was actually a very joyous occasion.
Was there enough room to roll out the Torah, to unroll it in that space?
It was a small shul, very small synagogue. The synagogue in our room was too small for me to remember anything, any holiday there, because soon enough, I think it didn't last long, and this little synagogue downstairs was opened up, and so there was a little more space there, but it was by all measures, it was a very small synagogue.
You also had a quote I found interesting about your perception of your world. You know, your school, your family, the people in it, versus those outside it, that you felt safe. You felt safe in your own little world, but not on the outside.
Right. Well, the safest was for me being outside in the street, because our religious school was in the same street, and we did not have to go a distance like to the Hebrew school, quite a distance where we were passing by. I remember especially passing by a church and a school near the church, where I remember for the first time I went to school, I was pelted by stones. So then I realized that I was in the wrong areas. And so I went back after school and I complained to father, and my father said very nonchalantly, "Oh, don't worry, that's what they are taught." And that was his comment. And once in a while he would come to pick me up when he felt it was safe for him to leave the store. Otherwise, I did not experience any danger outside as a child, only passing by that school and that church.
What was the name of the school, the Jewish school that you attended?
Safa Ivriya, which means Hebrew language.
Why was religious instruction someplace else during the day.
Yes. My father was a modern Hasidic man. And he wanted to teach us the modern Hebrew. At that time it was still modern, considered modern, and also wanted me to have the religious background. And the school did not cover that. The school would cover what any regular school would cover, like geography, Romanian as extra language, which we were supposed to learn, but we never actually learned, because everybody spoke German anyway. And it was math and other subjects that are normally taught in a regular school, which were never taught in Cheder, in the religious school. In the religious school, we started immediately with the Pentateuch, and then at the age of 7, I started Talmud, which I felt at that time was too early for me.
You spoke of this room in your house, for the room that was reserved for prayer,
Yes,
as your favorite room in the afternoons.
yes.
Who was the teacher there? Who was the teacher?
The teacher, the religious teacher?
Yeah, at Cheder.
Pardon me?
At the Cheder. At
At the
Cheder.
Cheder, yeah.
Who was the teacher?
I don't remember his name. I just remember the description of his face. He had a long beard, gray beard, overgrown, dressed, of course, in black, and he was sort of the typical religious teacher of that time. There was at that time no special format of teaching Hebrew, or not Hebrew culture, but rather religious subjects. So he would teach it in a very old form, and it was not always appropriate for children, not that easy for us to understand what it was all about. So what we did is we learned every week we learned a page, and what we didn't understand, we learned by memory. So when the father would, at the end of the week on Saturday, test us what we learned, we were not always successful describing everything we heard. And so my father understood what was going on, but he didn't say anything. He understood the situation.
How did the Cheder teacher deal with boys, young boys?
Not in a very kind way. He would have a little stick, and when we were getting a little loud, he would bang on that with a stick on the table, and that was quietened us down for a few seconds, and then we went on doing our own stuff anyway. So he was a little rough. He was never physical with us. This was his only physical expression of frustration with us.
Did your family ever take vacations and travel anywhere?
Yes, we did on a few occasions. We went. One time I remember we went to a small, very beautiful place in Romania, which was it had a kosher restaurant and things like that. And we stayed there. I don't remember for how long, maybe 1 week. My father couldn't afford for us to stay too long in such a place, but I remember it very vividly. And I remember it also because I started violin lessons at the age of 6. And so I would go up to the orchestra band there and ask them if they would let me play a little bit there. So that's how I remember the place. And I only remember the air was just breathtaking, to say it mildly. It was beautiful, beautiful place. There were other times when we went to Poland to visit my mother's family. And that was a special occasion. And then I had a chance to observe Polish Jewish life in the country, because Czernowice was a modern city, and our family lived under very poor circumstances in small villages. So I had a chance to visit those small villages with the big roofs. The roofs were almost bigger than the house, and it impressed me a lot. And I watched the people and made some notes in my mind and decided to write about it in the book.
Where in Poland did the family live?
They lived in an area called Galicia, which is bordering on Romania. It was bordering at that time Romania. And
did they dress differently?
pardon me?
Did they dress differently from you and your family?
Coming to think about it, no, they did not dress Hasidic. I don't remember men. I just remember, obviously, my grandmother. The father was not alive. And a little different than in the cities, a little more country-like. And the little towns, which were called shtetl, had their own character. And they lived differently, and as a child I found them a little humorous. And so I wrote about it in my own way, describing them, what I saw, what I observed. And I felt that I should write, although I felt them to be a little humorous, I thought I should write about them because this was a world that will never come back.
The quote that I remember from your book was, my Romanian childhood and pre-war visits to Poland reflect a world that vanished in front of my eyes.
Did what?
The world
Yes.
of your childhood in Romania
Yes.
and Poland
Yes.
vanished in front of your eyes.
Yes. Yes. When I say in front of my eyes, it's because once the situation changed there, we lost contact with the family. It also became part of Soviet Russia, but Soviet Russia was closed up within different areas. And of course, an average person would not be allowed to go from one area to another unless there was official business. And they had to have special documents. You never went out into the street under the Soviets without a document. Otherwise, they would arrest you. So the whole world, the whole family disappeared. Once we left the last time, that was the end. I never saw them again.
How would you describe, as a child, how the war came to you? How did war come to your little universe in Czernowitz?
Yes. Well, in Romania there was a unusual situation because there was a fascist government that came to power only for a short time, and that was a very scary time because bands used to anti-Semitic bands used to get together and they used to rob homes and break in and beat up people and all that, but it didn't last long, and so it went back to its old. It was a royal, actually, royal government, and so it went back to the so-called normal. So-called normal also meant that the Jews were not so easily allowed to become citizens. And I remember the time when my father, just before the war, my father traveled, I don't remember where, and he came back and said that he became a citizen. So in other words, they did accept him, which was a big thing for us. It did not last long anyway, because the Soviets marched in and they took over that part of Romania.
What year was that the Soviets
Must
came
have been
in?
1939, around that time.
What changes did that bring to your life?
When the Russians came in, for children it was very good. They did not bother children. They gave children all the possibilities that they could want. In other words,
Even as Jews?
even as Jews at that time, yes. Because I wanted to go to music school and my father could not afford sending me to conservatory in Romania. So, but when the Soviets came in, the conservatory became open to anyone. And so I made in 1 year tremendous progress to the point where I won a child's competition. And then, of course, I don't remember whether I mentioned it in my book or not. I remember 3 Russian officials came to my family and asked my father and mother if they would allow me to go to Moscow to study. My father said immediately no, because the war was hanging in the air. And we didn't expect normal times anymore. Although my father was always an optimist and would look up at things even when they were very bad. But he felt that during such times I should not be away from home.
What happened to his grocery store?
My father was very happy to give up the grocery store because he never made much money in it. And
But he was forced to do that by the
he
Soviets?
willingly gave it up because people who had even small business, whatever you could call it, whenever there was a business where people lost money or not, that didn't matter to him. They called them business people. So a business person was a non grata person in Soviet Russia. So my father gave up the store, closed the store, and decided to take a job as a night watchman and bookkeeper for some company that was, of course, became Soviet, part of the Soviet government. And so he was considered already part of proletariat. It also allowed him not to work on Saturday, because he took off on Saturdays. So that was the only possibility for him to be able to keep up his tradition and at the same time have a job.
How did this change affect your mother?
How did my mother?
How was your mother affected by the same circumstances?
Not at all. Not at all. She was always in the house, and we always managed to go to the marketplace and buy from the peasants. That they did allow. The Soviet government was a little milder, I guess, and not as organized at that time yet. And so they started to develop main sort of like large grocery stores supported by the government. So people started buying there. Half of the time you couldn't get what you wanted. There was a time when there was no salt to be found in the city. As if all the salt in the world went out of use. Sometimes you couldn't find sugar, sometimes you couldn't find anything else, but officially they were open and you bought whatever there was available. And so my mother would buy part of not the groceries, but the fruits and vegetables in the marketplace, and then the rest of the time she would go to the regular store and buy whatever was available. And we were limited in what we could get. But we were limited before too, because we were limited economically. Not everything was so easily available for children. For instance, I loved chocolate, and my father was selling chocolate, but he could not afford to give me everyday chocolate. It was too expensive. And so I realized that. I respected that and I understood. And what I would do, since I had a sweet tooth all the time, I would take a few pieces of sugar, put it in my pocket when I went out to play, and just have that instead.
Before this change happened in your life, was there anything more traumatic that happened before the Soviets came in to you? Did you experience anything that was more frightening or difficult?
Only that short time when the fascist government took over and closed up. For some reason they were thrown out. So it was a very short and scary time. I mean, I remember we had a gate, a very heavy gate in front of the apartment building in which most Jewish people live. There were one or two non-Jewish people that lived, but the doors were locked at that time. We were afraid to let anybody in. So they had to knock on the door and or by some other way letting people know that they are coming. But we were locked in for that short time.
Were the fascists identified by uniform? Were they identifiable? The Romanian fascists? Did they wear particular uniforms?
No, they were just bands of young hooligans, that were happy to take advantage. When they saw that it was okay to do that, they went out in groups, and they went out and they shot and they killed and they beat up people, and it was frightening. But we just tried to keep out of the way as much as we could.
What did the Soviets look like to you?
In the beginning, they sounded like the future paradise, because they came in with an army of singers and musicians. They played accordion, they sang on the streets, they came on horses. And the young people thought that was the end of suffering. Everybody would be equal. It was the same thing as the young people now think sometimes of wrong solutions because of miseducation. And so they were very happy in the beginning. But it didn't take too long, and the real army came in, and then we realized they had more problems than they spoke about. And they themselves as individuals, as citizens, they were good-natured people, and they had no orders to do anything bad, but the government did do some things that were frightening. Every once in a while at night, a truck would stop by on our street and pick up a family And they disappeared and we never knew where they were going. And afterwards we found out they were sent to Siberia. And these were business people. Some of them were business people, some, it was limited business people. There were no millionaires there. We never heard from them again. But strangely enough, some of those people that were sent to Siberia survived. And they saved themselves being sent where we were sent when the Nazis came in. So one of those was a cousin of mine who was sent from Poland to Siberia because he worked for a rich man. He was not a rich man. He worked in a forest which was owned by a landowner, Polish landowner. So, of course, when the Russians took over that part, he was sent away. And that's how he survived. He came back alive and lived to be 100 here in the United States.
How does a child of 10 or 11 understand people disappearing?
Well, I had mixed feelings because in schools we were treated like children. Children were never bothered by police or anything like that. We didn't need documents to show if we walked out in the street. There was no secret police checking us. And so as a child, I felt pretty good, except for the fact that in the school, in the Soviet school, they told children to let them know if the parents are talking anything bad about the government. So the children already knew. There were mixed feelings. They knew they had to be careful. And there's no such thing as a school being friendly to grown-ups.
So the teachers were replaced by
Yes.
Soviets?
Yes.
Any teaching of propaganda?
Either Soviets or people who were communists before the war. And they got their jobs as teachers.
Do you have memory of people coming to your home from elsewhere who were also suffering or where life had changed for them? Did people come to your family? Were they able to get to Chernovitz and report on things that were happening elsewhere that you were aware
During the
of?
Russians.
Yes.
We had a person who was Russian, a lovely young girl, and we had an extra room, which we always kept for a guest. And she decided to take that or rent it. They still believed in renting. I mean, she was a private citizen, but she was part of the government. And she stayed with us, so we felt a little more safe because part of their government was in our room, had a room in our apartment. So for some strange reason, we felt more safe. But I don't think it was real, because if they wanted to pick us up, they would have done that. And I remember my father liked her very much. She was a very quiet person, very lovely person. I had a very, very kind memories of her until, of course, they retreated. And then, of course, she went with them.
Let's take a short break, have some water, and we'll resume in a few minutes.
Okay.
Let's take our first break.
Fine.
This is a continuation of our interview today with Samuel Martyr. Who were the people, besides family members, who were important to your father in his life? Did he have any friends?
Yes,
that you met?
yes, he had many friends, but he had too busy a life to really enjoy friendship in other areas and in a deeper way than through the synagogue.
So the synagogue was first, and then his place of business was second.
Yes, his place of business, yes. But the people from the synagogue were really his friends. And I remember one was a man who owned a brick factory. And once he decided to take us, the children, to his factory to see how things are working there. And I was very impressed, and of course I enjoyed it very much. But I remember that, so they were close, and he wanted to do something for the family, for the kids. So we were in touch in that respect. In the most intimate way, Father was friends with this man. And I think they could discuss almost anything, from my judgment. And the other people from the shul, they were just, they were friends, of course, and they were closely related. One would do for the other as much as they could, but not in an intimate level.
Did your father have somebody you would consider a very close friend outside of the synagogue?
Not that I know of. He was always busy with the store. Then Saturday came, and he would have in the afternoon a little nap, listen to my little experiences in the religious school, and that was it. And then I do remember that every Saturday afternoon, late afternoon, I became very depressed. And I couldn't figure out why. Why every Saturday afternoon I would be so depressed. And the reason I was depressed was because I knew it was the last day I could see Father or be with Father until the next week. I mean, I could see him in the store, but to feel his presence, I felt it. That's it. Saturday afternoon, that's the end of the week for me.
Who was the disciplinarian in the family?
Father. Oh, yes. Of course, obviously, I loved him very much. But I do remember when I was very small, I don't know how small, very young, we kids would get together in the basement of the apartment. And one kid had a cigarette. So he gave me to try the cigarette. And one neighbor saw it and went and told my father. My father came down without saying a word, bent me over and gave me a few spanks on my rear. Nothing, no discussion necessary. And that was the end. That was the end of my smoking, and it was also. It did not at all affect my love for him. But that is the only instance in which he was a disciplinarian.
As a young boy, can you speak to did you observe any or remember any reaction when the Soviets left before the Germans came in?
Yeah, it was a time of fear.
Were they
Father expected
preferred? Were they the preferred occupier? The Soviets?
Or to the Nazis any time, obviously. I mean, the Nazis just didn't kill people just for fun. Theirs were, they were after people for political reasons, but not because they were of a certain religion or not. Of course they were against religion. They did not want to build synagogues or churches or anything like that. So religion sort of stayed low during that period of time, but people went on doing their lives, living their lives in their own way, the way they were used to. Of course, they did not encourage it in schools for the children.
Tell me about the appearance of the Germans.
Of the
Germans
in
Chernovitz.
Well, first of all, the news came from Vienna, which was not far from Chernovitz, by the way. As I mentioned to you, culturally it was the same, although it was under Romanians. Came the news that people are getting killed, homes are broken into, people are beaten up, and my father did not want to believe the news. And he said, that is not possible, that's communist propaganda. Because the Germans would never do things like that. They would never follow Hitler's crazy ideas, because we knew about his ideas already. We heard over the radio a neighbor of ours had a radio we used to listen to. I remember listening to Hitler speak over the radio, and that was frightening. It was like a wild, obsessed person. It didn't seem to me normal as a child. So we knew that. But my father said, no, that's not possible. Eventually they will change their minds, because they could not do, they are the people of Heine and Goethe and Schiller and Beethoven, and that did not gel with him.
Were you aware about, in 1938, about Kristallnacht? Did that news reach you? The night of broken glass.
No.
In Germany.
No, well, I knew when they came in, they tried to destroy. We had a Reformed temple, a beautiful temple, probably one of the finest, well-built and aesthetically beautiful temple in the whole area. And they tried to bomb it. And it was built so strong they couldn't do it. The building stayed, and they turned it into a movie. Which they continued afterwards when the Soviets took it back.
Was that the Great Synagogue that wasn't destroyed by the Germans?
That was the most well-known synagogue in the city, although most people were not Reformed. But I remember my father, who was Orthodox, did not mind if my sister and I were sent from the school once a year to go to the Reform synagogue, and we would hear the choir there and the organ. And I remember I enjoyed it, Of course, I knew it was a different culture. To me, it sounded like a different culture. But I enjoyed it. It was nice. And then I remember 1990 when I saw it. It's awful. It was, you know, they turned it, the Soviets turned it into a, or the Ukrainians at this time. At that time, the Ukrainians had it already, 1990. It was awful to watch that. You couldn't even go inside, you know. The building was actually destroyed, but outside you could see it. Nothing was touched. And I knew also that the rabbi of that synagogue, including some leaders, were taken to the end of town, to the end of the city, and they were shot. And I remember in 1990, at that time, we were trying to find out where that place was. And it was already another generation that didn't remember even that took place. So I remember the cab driver took us. And by the way, he was a very unusual fellow. There were very few cars left. There were never too many cars in that city, especially under the Soviets and the Ukrainians afterwards. He took us by cab to that place and he really wanted to be nice to us. So he went to the neighbors. The neighbors are quite a distance away from each other. It's outside the city. To find out where that place is, they didn't know anything about it. And I remember even that impressed me when we got back to the hotel. We went with a group of people. I don't know, there were 4 others or something like that. We managed to get into the cab, and I wanted to pay him. He didn't want to take money. And I realized that was one of the very unusual things that would happen in that city, because I experienced anti-Semitism right there and then on my visit from somebody else. I was passing by in the dark. The Ukraine couldn't afford to give electric light to the streets. They didn't have lights in the summer because they saved money. Of course, I realized afterwards that it was full of corruption. And there was a fellow coming down. I was walking with a fellow from Israel. And those people from Israel, you know, they can feel free wherever they are, you know. And he had a yarmulke. And I had a sports hat. I would never wear a hat like that in Ukraine. I wouldn't even dare it in New York. So the moment he saw this cap, and he was going with 2 girlfriends, coming home probably from the movies or whatever. And when he saw this cap, he said in Ukrainian, "Get out of our way, you dirty Jews."
How would you say that?
In Ukrainian.
Can you say
the
it?
words I don't remember. I remember the meaning.
What else did you experience as a child and within a family when the Germans came in?
Fear. We were afraid that any soldier could come in and rob or shoot or do whatever, you know. There was no law. There were laws, yes, there were laws against Jewish people were not allowed to go out in certain hours of the day to shop. Only certain hours of the day, that's it. Otherwise you were not allowed to stay on the street and talk. They made a ghetto, by the way, soon enough. And the ghetto was surrounded by barbed wire. And I do remember, although it was dangerous, my father still sent me when they they formed the ghetto, before they closed the ghetto, my father sent me to some people that he knew that were lived outside the ghetto and that needed to move into the ghetto because they couldn't live there anymore. So he sent me to pick up some stuff of theirs, some luggage. And I remember walking on the street and there was a German soldier standing and taking a picture. Otherwise, yeah, I even thought so in a very innocent way. I thought, oh, they're not going to do anything. I know their language. We can speak together. We can speak with them in the same language. As a child, that's what I thought. So they wouldn't do anything to us. But there was fear, because I heard, the news that I heard was not good.
Were you aware when the Einsatzgruppen came through? The killing units?
Yeah, no. We did not last too long in the city. We were only, I cannot remember how long the ghetto lasted, but it was a very short time. Some people were living in our apartment. It was like Times Square, you know. Father took in people, you know, because they needed a place to stay. And soon enough, we got orders to pack. And yeah, we went out into the balcony. We heard noise in the morning. We went out and we saw hundreds of people on the street lined up with sashes and all that. So before we had a chance to find out what it was, a soldier came up to us, a Romanian soldier, and said to us, it seemed that he was half decent, because he told my father to pack up everything we can and to take especially food, because we don't know where we would be sent.
Was there ever any time during this where you had to wear a yellow star?
Yes. Yes. Sure, you couldn't go out without a yellow star.
Tell me about that.
Well, I just remember we had to make them very fast and put them on. And anybody that was caught, it was not good. First of all, it was not possible to be caught because there were only certain hours that we were allowed to go and shop. And then we had to be back in the ghetto. So there was not much communication going on between us and the city, the rest of the city.
Who put the yellow star on your clothing? Who sewed it on?
I don't remember what was my mother, or I even put on a little pin myself and did it. There was no time for any special moments to think about. Those moments I never thought about anymore.
But being so identified, how does that make a child feel?
It didn't bother me because we were not seeing anybody. We were not allowed to see anyone that is not Jewish. So I did not feel in any way. I was not hampered by anyone or anything. We didn't go to school. There was no school anymore. So we did not leave our apartment. And our street was luckily within the ghetto limits. So there was no particular feeling attached to that at that time, because we were busy with other things, other fears.
Who was in charge of the ghetto, administering the ghetto?
There was I think I mentioned to him in my book, there was a Romanian official who made these rules on when we could go out and when we could not go out, what hours we are limited to. And of course the Romanian government, of course under the supervision of the Nazis, they were in charge of it. Because everything was done under German on German rule and law.
What about getting food? How was food obtained when you were in the ghetto?
Well, when Father closed the store, we were lucky because we took up whatever food we had in the store and took it up in the apartment. So we were actually not short as far as food is concerned. I don't know how others fared, but there was enough time to go and buy food. I mean, outside that they didn't bother us. Outside, they just wanted us to follow those laws, and anybody who would be caught, that's another story. And so until we left the ghetto and were walked to the train, we did not experience anything outstanding. The only time that we experienced it was getting into the train when we found out that these trains were designed for animals, cows and horses. And to get into it and be packed in so many in one wagon, you can imagine what the situation was. We didn't know not only where we are going, we didn't know where we are going to sit down in the train, in the car. So that already made us aware that the reasons were not great. That they were sending us. And my father still wanted to believe that they are sending us to do agricultural work.
Excuse me, up until that time, or beginning with that time, were you exposed to seeing people who had been shot in the street?
No, I was not exposed to that, because our street was a pretty quiet street, small. And no, I did not see that. There could have been, I heard about a friend of my father in another area within the ghetto that was shot. He was just walking on the way. I even have a picture of him somewhere. He was walking from synagogue, and they shot him on the street. He was dressed, of course, in Hasidic clothing. So that I heard. Father found that out from someone. But otherwise, no, a witness I was not to shooting at that time.
When you were put on the train, was your whole family together?
Yes, we managed, or we were sure that we would be together. We were fighting to be together, not get lost. So that we managed to do. But of course the trip was limited, and it was, I don't remember how long it took, but I remember it took long enough for people to die on the train. And so when nighttime came and the train people needed shift to send their, to change their shifts, they stopped the train, they opened the doors, and they dragged out the people that died.
What emotional reaction to that did you observe from within the car?
I was numb. I cannot tell you any truth. I cannot tell you what I felt. I was just numb, like in a sleep, in a nightmare. I don't remember whether I had time to feel anything. I cannot explain it. We were too busy hoping to be alive, to stay alive. That was our main aim. We didn't know where we were going, whether we were going to survive. But in the meantime, it was from day to day. We were worried that we might not be alive the next day.
I'm just imagining that in that situation where people have died and loved ones are alive and you know, the deceased members of families are being taken off the train, that it was a
It's
scene of
quite
chaos.
Yeah,
Or-
well, it was chaos. It's possible that our parents were trying to block our eyes from seeing that happen. And while they did that. But we were aware enough to know that that was happening.
What time of year did this deportation happen?
It was autumn time. Because I remember it was after a holiday, after Simchat Torah. So the air started becoming cool, and in those areas when it becomes cool, it's tough, and that's when they started us walking. They took us off the train. We stopped by in a certain place that I remember the town, Merkolesht, and we were relieved to be taken off the train, because my father said, "Oh, now this is where we are going to be doing work. This is what they want us to do." My father was the eternal optimist. And we were glad to be under a normal roof. So I felt a relief, to be in a room where people lived. But then soon enough we found out that those people that lived there were not alive. And we saw in front of the house, there were little private houses. On the back of the house, they buried the family that was in the house. So that's why we found those houses empty. And that's where they put us, to stay until they got their orders to start moving us again by foot.
So how prepared were you, could you be prepared for the cold and, let's say, the lack of food?
We had to ration what we had, and father and mother were very careful. Of course, we didn't have what we wanted. We were hungry, and we knew we couldn't have more. We understood the situation. And the cold, you cannot get used to it. You just feel cold, and that's it. You're not prepared for that. Nobody's prepared for that. When the cold comes, you start shivering.
Were you able to provide any heat at all from wood, in a fireplace, or was it just always cold?
No, what fireplace? No, we were in the wagons.
No, when you were in these homes, when you were in.
Oh yeah, that we were able to. Yeah, we could be able to use fire. We had those primitive stoves, and we always used it. It was like a modern old city.
You wrote about that there was a razor-thin line between life and death.
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Depending what time I'm talking about, at which points in our lives. Yes, because not every day was the same. When we were in a concentration camp, we didn't know whether the next day we would be alive, because we didn't know what orders they were getting to get. And I remember one time we were already in concentration camp. We were already in the summer. The worst winter was over. Most people died that winter, of course, of hunger, cold, and typhoid. 2 tanks came and they aimed towards it was a square town, a little square town. I found out years after, there was a very old Jewish community for hundreds and hundreds of years. By the way, we found two Jewish families, not completely, then not everybody was alive, but a part of two families, local people that were alive when we came there. So, and we were put in those empty houses, and those two tanks came one morning, and it was a sunny day, I remember, and they were aiming towards our houses, because wherever you aimed, they aimed from outside, towards the houses, towards certain houses. And I said to myself, yeah, and they told us to go out and kneel down on the ground, because it was an empty spot. And we all did. And then I remember, which was not usual for me, as a child at that time, I was more aware than to think of such things, but I was daydreaming. And I said to myself, we were just waiting to be shot at, And I said, will I feel when I get shot? How would it feel being alive? How will it feel being dead? I thought to myself. It happens that they didn't get orders to shoot at us, but they destroyed two houses. We didn't know the complete truth, but we found out that there were two people in those two houses that were working for the partisans, the Soviet army, to spy on the Germans. And they lived there. We didn't know anything about that. And they destroyed those houses, and then they got the order to move away, and we didn't see a German after that. Oh yes, there was one time when some Germans passed by, and they somehow found out that there are people here in this camp that talk German, speak German. So, they were not unfriendly or anything. They didn't do anything horrible. But they asked us, we asked them, do you know whether we are going to be alive? What is going to happen to us? So one soldier answered and said, don't worry, we have no order to shoot you yet. Whatever that meant. And then they left. We had no contact with Germans. We were really away from civilization. So no car ever passed by. Rarely a horse with a wagon would pass by. It was so in the middle of nowhere. And perhaps that was our luck, because we were able to sneak out when there was no moon. Those that were able to stand up on their feet, because don't forget, people were lying on the floor like sardines and couldn't move. And some of our feet were like, we could not really stretch normally. And there were some people who had to work very hard to be able to stretch their feet in order to be able to walk on two. But we were able to get out we found out afterwards that there are some fields nearby, and we were trying to get there. We had to pass some village, and we were afraid in case we are reported, because, they were Ukrainians. Who knows what they were thinking of us. Luckily, they were just women. Apparently the men went to war with the Nazis at that time. And so we managed to get to those fields and pick up whatever the peasants felt was unworthy picking up. And that's what how we lived from day to day. Returned, luckily, we were not caught, because we had two guards, Ukrainian guards, that were most of the time half drunk. So they didn't know what was going on. So we were able to sneak in and out very carefully, or obviously very carefully. There was only one time when people were taken to work and they never came back. And so this is the way we survived. Also sometimes a peasant, for humanity reasons, a woman would come out, she saw who we were because we were walking barefoot in the snow to go to those fields, So when they saw that, they came out sometimes with a piece of bread and give us. And then we would come back and feed each other.
What about hygiene?
It was awful. It was awful. And that's why so many people died. Typhus broke out immediately, and people died right and left. There was not a night when they did not pull out people in the morning. They usually died at night for some reason, I cannot explain it. Also, I found out that people were singing before they died. They were delirious. So that was my musical background. I heard songs from all kinds of cultures, because there were Bessarabian Jews and Bukovina Jews, and we were all put together in the same area. And I would hear those songs. And we had a cousin that used to study voice. So she remembered the song, she knew that song by Schubert. A song she used to sing because she was sick herself too. She was delirious. She happened to survive and come back with us. And I remember that song. And I made after we returned and my wife and I started going on tour, I turned that as an encore. I transcribed it for violin and piano. And I always played it as an encore. We went to Spain for 14 years, 14 seasons. I never said to anyone what it was. Only I knew what it was. And I kept on playing it as an encore. So that was my musical background when I came to the States.
How long were you kept in this region?
3.5 years.
What happened if when people got sick, which they naturally had to?
They got sick, they either recovered or they died.
Without any medical help?
There was a doctor there, but he had no medicine. I remember a doctor came, he knew my father, so we told him it was a small area, we could reach him, could reach each other. It was walking distance. It was a very small area of houses. And he came, and he said, the only thing I have is some injection. He gave him some injection. And then, of course, obviously, he was out of everything, and my father didn't make it anyway. Yeah, but that's what he said, I have nothing. And my father just died quietly. didn't know when it was happening. It was right near me on the floor. And it took a little time, and I decided I would look and see how he is. And I saw he wasn't moving. And then I was still hoping, God would save him. And when nothing happened, I got sick myself. That's when I fell into a coma.
If I remember correctly, you blamed God
Yes,
for
sure.
your father's death.
Sure. Because we have in Hebrew, we have concepts, of God being the God of kindness, and the God of not only forgiveness, but a God that how I cannot find that word. Rachamim, that means kindness. So a God of kindness wouldn't do a thing like that. The good man, especially what I knew about my father, he couldn't do that. So I was very disappointed. So obviously, for a little while, he was not my friend.
Is it correct to say that for 3.5 years you were totally cut off
Yes.
from anything else happening?
No. Nothing could happen. Nobody could reach us. There were some attempts to reach us from Romania, and that was very difficult to understand. There was a Jewish community in Bucharest that they did not reach. They had no time to reach yet, the Nazis. And so there were some rabbis, Hasidic rabbis, that went with us in our Shalom. And they were trying to send them something, whether it's some money or whatever it is, to keep them alive and to see that they can get some food. And some of the stuff also trickled down to us in a very minute way, obviously. It was almost meaningless. But they tried. Nothing, nothing unusual happened otherwise. Nobody was able to reach us.
Excuse me. How was it possible during that time for you to observe any religion, any practice?
That's a question I'm asked often, and I spoke, as a matter of fact, a week ago. I spoke here. There is a school for women rabbis, Orthodox, the first Orthodox women rabbi school. And they wanted to know, how did you make peace? And I said I didn't make peace because I stopped asking questions. And I realized that people do that to people. And from what I remembered in the writings, it is written, I give you good and bad, choose the good. So people can do the worst and the best. People can be at their worst and at their best, depending on what they choose. And we happen to be at the worst time with the worst people.
Were you ever forced to move from where you were living? Did you have to move again?
To what?
Did you have to move again, or were you liberated? Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had to. Yeah, we had to move. One of those, as I mentioned to you before, one of those moments, few moments where some people tried to reach us. I don't know how, through money, to peasants or whatever. We were told, not we, our parents were told, that at that time the Romanian government became aware that they are losing. So they probably this is my interpretation, so they wanted to make up. So they tried to arrange for the children to be moved out of the concentration camp. So according to that plan, we were going to go to a city in the Ukraine, walk, of course. It was called Balta. So when they came and offered my mother to take us, my mother was only too glad to see us go. Of course, under normal circumstances, she would never have done that, but it was a question of life and death. So we went with another group of children.
Excuse me for interrupting, but you had a sister, and I
Yes.
haven't asked how your sister was for you or for your mother during this time.
She went through the same thing we did. And so sometimes she went out into the fields. Sometimes I went out to the fields. Sometimes my cousin went out to the fields, who was with us. And there was no time to think of relationships.
You reached bar mitzvah age when you were there, correct?
Yes, to about 13 and a half to 14, something like that. As far as I can remember.
Did that event, pass by?
No, it didn't pass by. First of all, you mean did it pass by much longer later?
No, you were of bar mitzvah age in that region. You were of bar mitzvah age. Were you able to, were there Torahs that had been brought? Did anybody
Yes.
try to?
Oh yes, there was. The rabbis did bring. Some of them carried by hand and foot, just like I carried this. In my own limited way, I carried my father. That's all I had left of him. So it was to me more important than anything else.
I understand, but
Yeah,
were
and
you
they
able
carry
to have-
Torahs. They carry Torahs. Yes, Torahs. Maybe one Torah or two Torahs, I don't remember. And we used that, and once in a while we used to get together and have a holiday. In hiding, obviously, in somebody's house, somebody's room. And that's where I had my bar mitzvah.
Please tell me.
So,
What do you remember?
of my bar mitzvah?
Yes.
Nothing. Except that I was called to the Torah. No. I do remember years later, as a matter of fact, as late as a few years ago, there's a rabbi here, Rabbi Weiss. He is a sort of an activist, a very unusual Orthodox rabbi. He's the first one to do things that no one else does. So he used to take in candidates for bar mitzvah, take them out to a little coffee shop and talk with them, and sort of make contact with them. So I saw him sitting there, so we greeted each other, and I was sitting separately by myself, and he was at another table sitting with that fellow. When they were ready to leave, they stopped by at my table. And Rabbi Weiss innocently, although he was born here, and he knows plenty what was going on. He was arrested in Poland afterwards. That's another story. That's his story. He said to the boy, "Yeah, meet Mr. Marder. He's a survivor." So okay, so we met and said hello. And he said to me, "What do you remember of your bar mitzvah?" And I said to him outright, "I don't want to remember. I don't want to think about it. It was no meaningful, it had no meaning to me, except that I knew that my father was in that tradition and that's what he wanted. But inner feelings of being happy that I reached a certain age, forget that. So he realized immediately he asked too much. He's a very, very, very unusual human being. He went at the time after the war in Poland where they were trying to build a church in front of Auschwitz. He went down there and put his body there, put his life in danger, not to allow that to happen. Because they were going to try to divert, the Poles were trying to divert their own crimes against Jews at that time. And that's how to do that, is build a church. So it turns out that not only Jews died there. The problem is that all Jews died there, but not all people that died were Jews. There were some Christians that were idealists, and they were sent to camp, but very few, obviously, a handful. So, but they were going to build a church there to divert, to redirect history, and he wouldn't allow that to happen. Not because he's against churches. He just was against rewriting history.
It's called competing martyrology. I think this would be a good place to stop and resume in a few minutes.
Okay.
This is part 3 of the interview with Samuel Marder. Today's date, May 29th, 2024. Before we stopped Mr. Marder, we were speaking about ritual observance in the concentration camp where you were with your family and where your father passed away. What was the name of the area?
The whole area was called Transnistria, and it had many camps which we did not know about, right, since we were not in touch with the world. We didn't know there was a world. And later we found out what was happening not far from us. Horrible things were happening. But we were so away from everything that they didn't have time to reach us.
But what was the name of your specific area?
Verkhovka. 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 I think WKA. It's a Ukrainian name. And I could not find it on the map. Apparently it was erased. The little town or whatever, the village, whatever it was erased. And the only thing that was left that people were able to find was the cemetery. Later, much later, many years later, people got together, of those that survived, and they wanted to leave the place with a little memory of what was going on. And so they built some stones. I have in my book the picture before it was fixed, and before they built up some stones there. Of course, I cannot tell you exactly. I was not there. I was not able to go there because I met someone who lived in the area. And we were surprised we recognized each other. And when I told him that I wanted to go with my sister there, he said, "Don't go. If you go as with a group. It's not safe." So I didn't go. So I never saw the place. And strangely enough, I don't know whether this is part of my daydreaming, or part of another dream or nightmare that I had, was that they took out my father and they put him on the wagon with the other dead ones, one on top of the other. And that I followed. I followed the wagon. I don't know how far. There's no clear memory for me about this, whether it was the dream or it was reality. And I remember also a little stone in which either I engraved or somebody engraved my father's name. It's not possible. It's not possible because
Excuse me, your kippah is
Yeah.
over your left shoulder. Your left shoulder.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you. Because he was buried in a mass grave. How is that possible? Who would bother at that time when people were dying one on top of the other to carve out anything? It was in my mind. This is what my conclusion became. I kept it in my mind. For some reason I kept it as if it was a reality. Maybe it was wishful thinking. And I was never there after that. And never saw that place. And probably at this point I will never see it again.
Is there today any Jewish community that you can contact to try to find?
It's too far away in the middle of nowhere. I was not far. I was in that area, little area. It's called Vinica. And we went, my sister and I went there, and we saw even a play by Jews there in the theater. It's a small, very small town. I wouldn't even dare bothering to find out. It's a generation ago. There's no one alive there to talk to remember, to have been told about. And so it's strange. We were right there. We didn't bother to talk to anybody about it, to anyone. So we went there with a whole group. It was an Israeli group that went all through Ukraine to visit the graves of different people through history, Jewish history. One of them is Sholem Aleichem, that we visited, and religious leaders. Just as I talk to now, I'm shocked at myself. Why didn't I bother to find out? Just to ask. I gave up the idea that it would be possible. So I didn't even think about it. And the same applies to my sister, I'm sure. It's too long ago.
I hope is indefatigable. Was Father Patrick Dubois ever in that area looking for, do you know who he is?
Who was
A French priest, his name is Patrick Dubois.
I heard about it.
He's digging up mass graves, in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Identifying them.
This was too far away for anyone to notice.
I wanted to hear you speak more about your memories of having lived through, 3 years in Verkhovka, going through cycles of Jewish life. You had told me about your bar mitzvah, but how did
there was one room that for some reason somebody had, and he had an extra room. How he got it, I don't know. And in that room, they turned it into a synagogue, a room for prayer. And I do remember another time when it was in another rabbi's little hut. And I remember that it was Yizkor time, right after Father died. Not right after, because I wasn't well enough to walk on my feet. Is this? No.
Were you sick?
Oh, I was, of course. I was partially gone, I had trouble years after to recover. Already when I came to the States and I entered college, by miracle, by the way, I don't know how. I remember I had to wear a support so to keep my body together. I was 19 years old. I couldn't eat much. I couldn't take in much food. No appetite. I didn't feel like eating anything. And it took me about 2 years, and then I started already having food. So since I couldn't afford to go to the cafeteria in the college, I went out on the street, where they were selling Frankfurters. At that time it was 5 cents. I could afford that. That was my lunch in schools. I would have it. At that time already, I remember I needed something, but I could not eat normal meals. So that lasted for so long.
That was the effects of years of starvation.
Yeah, right. Besides, before coming to the States, I got mortally ill. This I did not mention to you. I may have mentioned it to you. It may have been due to many things, The main thing is, of course, my getting sick, and my body couldn't recover properly. And the other thing I could think of was that I had, that was right after Fernwald, before coming to the States. I had a wisdom tooth that was very infected in Fernwald, and there was a man there that claimed that he's a dentist. My mother went to him because I looked terrible and I couldn't function. And he said, "Oh, okay, you can do it." So he started pulling me without injection. And I realized when he started pulling that he doesn't know how he's doing it. I was only a teenager. I realized something is wrong, and it broke in the meantime, and the pain was excruciating. I cannot remember such pain. It was something that made me think that I have to be very strong not to go out of my mind, because the pain just was unbearable. After that, I recovered, but I went to school. All of a sudden I got sick. The doctor came, a real doctor, a very nice man, from Fernwald, came to see me and said I should go to the hospital. Didn't know why. And I could not recover from it. I got sick and I was in the hospital, and I remember how it feels dying. And there was no pain anymore. There was no desire to be up. There was no desire to talk to anyone. I just wanted to be left alone and look at the ceiling. That's it. And then my mother and my sister walked into the hospital, and when they saw me, I must have looked like hell. They broke out crying. Uncontrollable. It shocked me. In my state, it shocked me. And I said, no, I cannot allow this to happen. I must look terrible, and if I die, they are going to suffer. It's too much. I have to do something about it. And so I was already at the point where I could not take water in. Not even a drop of water. I remember I would take a sip and it would come back in the hospital. And little by little, I forced and forced and forced. And then finally I started, you wouldn't believe it, something that I would have never had if somebody paid me a lot of money for it. I drank egg yolks. Just like that, I forced it into myself. And I had 6 egg yolks a day. The doctor doesn't know how I recovered, and I don't know how I recovered. I met the doctor down on 47th Street. At that time I was working near the inside the music hall. And I recognized him, immediately he recognized me. Very nice man. At that time he lived in Albany, but he came to New York City. And he was shocked to see me. And then we talked for a while, and then he said, I didn't know what to do with you, so I gave you aspirins. And he was shocked that I was alive. So anyway.
Let us return to the time, the cycle, the
Okay.
Jewish cycle of life,
Right.
such that it was.
So I think it was 2 years after Father passed away, and I went to shul. It was Yizkor time. To shul, to the room. And I broke up crying so uncontrollably that I didn't notice that. I didn't notice I was there. And people, even those people that went through similar things, we were all in the same places and went through similar things, a little less, a little more, depending on the family and how they managed. They were shocked. And that was my first expression of pain, of expressing pain, emotional pain. And after that, I became normal. And the only thing I remembered was when they opened up that room as another synagogue, another room. I was there, and there is where I had my bar mitzvah. I had absolutely no feeling at that time about it. It didn't mean a thing to me. It was not attached to any emotional, something that you can call emotional. So those were the two times that I remember being in touch with my tradition during the time I was in Wolfratz, in Verkhovka.
What about Hanukkah or Passover when it came? It always came.
A good question. I don't even remember what the holiday was, but it was a Yizkor time, so it could have been one of the 3 holidays. It didn't matter to me at that time. And
how could you have a Seder?
Oh, Seder, that would be a joke. It's a terrible joke. No. There was nothing. There was no food. By the way, they did not give us food at all. We didn't get even bad food. I remember when they used to complain in the terrible camps, those horrible camps, that they used to get bad soups. We didn't get a chance for that, not even for peeled potatoes. Nothing. Our only luck was that we had a water fountain outside this hut that we were in, and so everybody from call it whatever it was, where we were interned, went to the fountain and get water. And the rest came from other places that I explained to you.
Were babies born?
Hmm?
Were babies born?
No. Most children didn't make it. I don't remember children. I do remember, yes, I do remember. There was one young child, the child of a rabbi, and we both survived. Maybe he's still alive somewhere, probably in Israel. But I was not in touch with him. I mean, we were different personalities to begin with. And no, I had no contacts with him after the war.
When were you, how were you liberated?
It was strange. We lived with an old couple. We were put in. I don't know by whom. Who put us in there? Probably those people that took us out from that walked us from the camp to Balta. They found a place for us with an old couple in the ghetto of Balta. It was another ghetto. And they were very lovely people. And when the front line started coming close, we were waiting to be taken out of Balta, probably to be taken by ship back to Romania or whatever, we don't know where. When that happened, that happened not long after we arrived there. The front line came close. And as bad luck would have it, the Soviets were on the non-Jewish part with the Ukrainians, and in the ghetto part there was SS, not regular. At first I remember Polish Nazi soldiers. I had no bad encounters. First of all, they didn't bother to come into the ghetto. This Polish fellow, for some reason, I was too small to understand why, came in, and he even showed me how to use a gun. I didn't understand the relationship at all. Why he came in, and all that was all mystery to me. And the people the older couple in the room said, "What are you doing? You are opening yourself to trouble." I didn't see him as a dangerous person, so I talked to him and showed me how to use his gun. And then he left. And then there were only Nazis left. Nazis, I meant, real Nazis, not the regular army. When they were retreating, they didn't trust the regular army, the Nazis. And my ears were so sensitive to the sounds of shooting that I could recognize the sound of the Russian guns and the sound of the German guns. And as each hours were passing, I heard the sound of the Russian guns come closer, and the Nazi guns retreating. I could hear it by ear. I could tell that they were retreating because the shooting was further from a further distance. So that was, we knew that the end was coming. But one day before the end was coming, I saw it was cold. These old people were standing, freezing. They had no wood for the oven, over there they had wood to keep warm. So I decided I would do something on my own. I would run out and try to get some wood. I knew it was dangerous because you heard flying. The bullets were flying around me. I didn't care. I opened the door very fast so they couldn't say, "Don't go." They didn't have a chance to say, "Don't go." I closed the door, and out I was. And found not far, about a few steps away, I found some wood and was going to pick it up. And as I was going to pick it up, I saw a pair of boots standing in front of me. And I looked up and saw this tall, to me he looked tall German, SS, with those German machine guns. They used to have special machine guns. And he looked at me and said, "Get up." I didn't want to let him know that I understand German. That would have been my end, because he knew that only Jews, it was in the ghetto, so he knew only Jews spoke German. So I was supposed to be Ukrainian or anything else. So I made myself as if I didn't understand. So I reacted immediately and said to him, motioned to him, "I don't understand." He said, motioned to me with the hand, "Get up." And he looked at me and put the machine gun right in front of my chest and asked me, Jude, which is in German means Jew. So immediately I knew what my choices are, of course. So I took a little time to make him feel that I have to translate what he's saying. And then I said in Ukrainian, "Niet," which means no. And I was so convincing, I knew it was the end. Life or death, 1 second. I said, "Niet," and looked at him straight, you know. He was a little bit on the high side, drunk a little bit. He thought about it for a little while, and then he took away this machine gun and walked off. And I went back. I didn't say anything what happened. My sister never knew about it. I never told anyone in the room what happened. They just had their wood and they made fire. And one day after, my cousin Aaron, who lived with us, he was with my mother. It was about, I think it was about 60 kilometers away. My mother wanted to commit suicide when she heard from the villagers in the area that Balta was destroyed because there was so much shooting going on. And so he realized he was very serious. He said, "I promise you, I'm going for them." He left, right after he left, and when he came in with the Russian army. I don't know how they let him go. They probably understood what was involved because he was able to explain to them. So he walked in with the army. I don't know how he found us, but he found us. And one day after, we made our... That's okay. Oh, I'm sorry, can we interrupt? Thank you. We started walking towards Mother. And the ground was very cold, and we were walking practically between thousands of bodies, German bodies. And I remember I was sorry. I felt sorry for them. I felt sad that they were lying dead, because I asked myself, what did they do it for? How stupid. And I thought to myself, at that moment, they must have sisters, brothers, parents are waiting for them, and here they are. So I thought, that was my thought as I passed by those dead bodies. And then finally, it took us a few days, and we made it to my mother, by foot. My sister got frostbites, of course, because it was cold, and we had no place where to stay. So you can imagine what Mother felt when she saw us. She was beside herself, and we immediately decided we will not wait long. We are going to go straight, start walking towards our hometown, Czernowitz. It's a long stretch. The walk was a little bit easier than it was walking to the camp, because over there we just walked from the train. We kept walking and walking and walking, no end to it. But over there, once in a while, we would see sometimes a train with soldiers. And if they would stop at a certain stop, we would talk to them and ask them which direction they are going. And they said that they were going to the direction of, into our direction of Bukovina. So they let us in, of course. We were two children, you know, and they grown up. And I remember one officer was very nice to me, and he showed me a picture of his son, about my age. And so we traveled with them for a little while, and then we had to get off because they were going another direction, and then we started walking again. So we were like hitchhiking until we got to our town, to the outskirts of our town, Czernowitz. When we arrived there, we could not get into town legally because we had no papers. Soviet regime was there already. And so we managed to convince some peasant to take us by boat. There's a little river, it's called Prut, which I wrote about in the book. He took us across, and that's all he knew. I'm sure he didn't know what was going to happen to us once we crossed there. And we made our way through the streets. There were no, it was the early stages when they just took over. And so they had no extra secret police, you know, to watch everybody, documents and all that. So we made it to our apartment, and we found it empty. And that's how we came back. And once we were there, of course, we realized that life would not be possible there. We had no way of being able to survive, either normally as citizens or just be able to eat, because they gave us papers, temporary papers. That was not a good sign. The Soviets gave us temporary papers. The strange part was that those people that had real papers, they were actually living very freely under the Nazis. They were safe. They could go out into the street and show their papers. They are from here. We had nothing to prove. So we realized that we were in serious position. So my cousin decided, he was already grown up, of course. I think he was 21 or something like that. He decided that he was tired of hiding because he was afraid to go out and they'll arrest him. And then they used to send them to hard labor, Donbass. That's where all the Jews, the survivors, wind up there after all these experiences. Of course, they didn't mean it the same way, the Soviets. It was political. If you didn't have papers, it's just too bad. You were suspicious. You were a suspect. So he went out one day, said, I'm tired of hiding. He went out to look for a job, to see if he could get some work. He was discovered by the police and was arrested. After he was arrested, we didn't see him anymore. He was sent to Donbass. And we were not in touch with him until a few years afterwards. We found out that he was alive and was managed to run away from there, go to Romania, and from there to Israel. That was his own experiences at that time. And we had the luck that I mentioned to you about the pictures, which I picked up in the closet in our apartment, had in it, among the pictures, a Polish certificate with a different name, of course. Apparently those people who were there, lived there during the Nazis, were Polish. And they may have wanted to throw away their Polish papers. They were afraid. Because then the Russians would find out that they were Nazis. So anyway, I picked up that paper and saw it and saw the name. And something occurred to me. There was an arrangement made by the Soviet government and the Polish government to exchange the citizens. In other words, those who are left in one side would be sent back to, each was sent back to their own country. There was a lot of migration going on, of course, during the war. So anyway, I don't know the exact story of every single thing that happened while we were there. So anyway, I thought of something. It gave me an idea. I would try and find an ink eraser. Now, to find an ink eraser in Soviet Russia, in that area of Soviet Russia, would be like finding a diamond in Times Square. It was not available. I found out about a man who was a friend of my father's, a neighbor of my father's. And I found out he had an ink eraser. I asked him for the ink eraser. I erased the name and wrote in my mother's name. I cannot tell you whether I wrote it in by pen or by pencil. I don't know what we had at that time. And I showed it to my mother. And my mother didn't want to hear about it. She said, "You're crazy. You're going to arrest me." Faking the documents in Russia. I said, "You have nothing to lose. We are stuck."
Where did she really want to go? Did you want to go west?
She wanted to, but there was no possibility. The only person that would be allowed to leave Chernovitz at that time, this area, would be a dead person. That's all, no live person. And we knew that, it was obvious. So she had second thoughts about it, and she went to the Polish representative in Chernovitz. And I cannot tell you what happened there. But when she came back, she said, "I got permission. We got permission to go to Poland." I have a feeling that he must have seen our state of mind and what kind of psychological state she was, and he felt he better give her permission to leave. And so we went to Poland. But going to Poland was not so easy because, shall I just continue the,
Up until arriving at Fernworld, Germany.
Oh. So we went by train, of course, not by passenger train. The Soviets sent us in style, and what do you call it, those cars for horses?
Cattle cars.
What?
Cattle cars.
Cattle cars, right. We call it in German Viehwaggons. And we were glad to leave. There's another story involved in it with another rabbi that was a special personality that I spoke in my book. A man that was could only be called an angel on 2 feet. But anyway, he was supposed to join us too. He didn't, because he didn't want to leave his children. He saved about 100 children, orphans, and he fed them during the Russian period until the secret police found out about it. Because he was warned by somebody in the secret police who knew about him and respected him, that he would be arrested eventually. And he didn't want to leave. So I remember his students brought books into the car, holy books, that's all he needed, just books. and he never showed up on the train. So anyway, when we left, we realized he would not leave, that he stayed there. And then he was arrested and was for years. Nobody knew where he was until he was found out through some UN effort or whatever. I don't remember the exact details. And so we arrived, our first stop was Lublin, and the peasants heard us speak Yiddish from inside the car because it was open. I'm sorry. It was an open car, so they heard us talk Yiddish. So when the night came, it was dark. And by the way, this was already after liberation. The Nazis were not there in Poland anymore. They pelted us with stones. We just got pelted with stones. Stones after another, one after the other. And we knew we were in the wrong place already. And then we barely made it to another city called Lodz. And when we were in Lodz, we found out about the Kielce pogrom. I don't know whether you are aware of that. Because it's still it was already modern enough to be in the internet, where they killed 40 people. I don't know whether you want to know
1946.
about
1946.
That's when we were in Poland. So anyway, I won't go into details. Of course, the boy was found, and the 40 people were dead. Anyway, they were killed by civilians. And the police didn't mix in at all. So we knew that we better leave. So there were some people who came, young people who were tried to be active after the war, tried to get out those poor people from the Eastern Europe, those that went through all these things, and take them eventually out to the West, and eventually from there to go to Palestine. There was no Israel yet. So we got somebody who introduced himself. He was a guide, a young Jewish fellow. And he had more knowledge than an average other person would know how to cross the border from Poland to Czechoslovakia. That was rough, because we were caught. We were supposed to go as Greeks, with berets. We were not supposed to know Polish or Yiddish or anything, any European language, but we were supposed to act like we talk Greek only. So they taught us a few Greek words. And that's how we acted in the woods, on the border, in the Polish border with Czechoslovakia. There was a soldier there, and I had, by the way, I had a violin that my mother did get me for emotional reasons. I didn't consider studying the violin at all. I figured I was too old. So the soldier saw the violin. He said, "What's in here?" So I had to act like I didn't understand in Polish what he says. I don't know Polish, but I understand enough to know when somebody says something to me, makes a superficial statement or something. So I said, violin. So he said, "No, this is not true. You're taking it for business. You want to make business with it." I said, "No, it's just, I play. That was in the middle of the forest, and it was raining. Everybody was like this. We didn't know what he was going to do with us. Although he was from the Polish army. I mean, the so-called new Polish army. And he said, "Open it up." I opened it up. Play. Can you imagine what I could show to him? I tried to play whatever I could. He said, "Okay, put it back, close it up, I closed it up, and then he took it away. And then he let us go. And from there we entered Czechoslovakia. And that was the first time in my life when I realized there was humanity. Humanity still exists. Because they saw us, we were refugees, and at that time they have a socialist system where everything was bought on cards. And when they saw who we were and how we were dressed, and they gave us cards so we could go out and buy a drink or whatever, you know. I said to myself, this is heaven. Where were these people? And but we had to leave, soon Prague. And they took us across the border, and across the border was the US zone of Germany.
The American zone.
The American zone of Germany. I don't remember the exact details, but I do remember having seen an American soldier. And when I saw an American soldier, I said to myself, oh, this is the beginning of life. Then they took us, I don't know who took us and how we were taken, into a camp not far from Munich. We wandered up somewhere in Bavaria. They took us to Fernwald. That was a Jewish camp set up for Jewish people, not because they wanted to make us special, but because there was such anti-Semitism among the refugees that were non-Jews, that they felt that we should be separated on our own.
You know what? I think this is a good place just to stop.
Fine.
Until we resume the interview, because there's much to say about Fernwald.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for your time today. We will return to hear the rest of your story.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Sam.
Good morning.
This is the second half, concluding half of your interview for USC. Let's resume your story after liberation, and you make your way to Germany, to Fernwald, the
Yes.
displaced persons camp there. Who was with you when you went to Fernwald?
My mother, my sister, and that's it.
What was your age at that time?
14, about 14 and a half, something like that.
What zone was Fernwald in? What zone was it in?
It was part of Bavaria in Germany,
But who, excuse me, was that the American zone?
the
or-
US zone.
US zone. Okay. How did you go there as opposed to any of the DP camps in the British zone? Do you know?
It's difficult for me to remember, but when we left Poland, that was our first step out of Stalin's Russia. Excuse me. I don't know whether I mentioned to you that when we came back from concentration camp, we went back to our hometown, Czernowitz, and life was impossible. The reason why it was that way was not only because it was difficult for us to be able to survive economically. We had nothing. And at the same time, it was difficult for grown-up people like my mother and my cousin, who was like an older brother, to go out and look for work, because the Russian police, the Soviet police, at that time used to arrest anyone on the street without documents. And all those people who had no documents were survivors.
Excuse me, what was the name of your cousin?
Yes, Aaron. He was like an older brother, as I said, and he was very helpful in our survival.
Was Aaron also deported to Transnistria?
Yes, we were together with him, yes. And he was in his 20s, so he was young and sturdy and stronger than we were. Because my sister and I were children, and my mother had her hands full trying to take care of my father in the beginning, and then on ourselves. So he used to go out. Sometimes we had to go out ourselves and and sneak out of the camp in order to find some food. It was dangerous, but we had no choice. So it was then when we left after liberation, because we were liberated by the Soviet army, that we made our way to Chernovitz. And in Chernovitz, we realized that we could not possibly survive. We found our old apartment, it was empty. And inside the apartment closet, I found these pictures that you are now seeing today by miracle. Otherwise, I would have never had a picture of our parents. And this family that lived in our apartment during the Nazi period, they just wanted to get rid of junk, so they just threw everything into the closet. And that's how I found these pictures. I'm very grateful for that chance. And during that time, I found a Polish certificate. At that time, there was an arrangement between the Soviet government and the Polish government to release the populations in each area. In other words, the Soviets would send back Polish citizens to Poland, and from Poland they would take out Soviet citizens and send them to Russia. So there I found the Polish certificate, and it had obviously a different name. But when I saw that, it occurred to me that since it was a time when Polish citizens were going to the Polish consulate in Chernovitz to get permission to leave Russia, and we knew already that that would be happening, it occurred to me that the only thing I can do is take this Polish certificate and put my mother's name on it. I found the ink eraser, which was very difficult to find in Soviet Russia at that time. And I erased the name and put my mother's name on it. And when I told my mother about it, she said, oh no, I'm not going to go, you're crazy. I'm not going to get arrested. She was afraid, obviously, if it would be found out that it was a fake. But then I thought about it and I said, what have you got to lose? We have nowhere to go, and we have nowhere we can stay. She thought about it, and then she decided, after all, she would go to the consulate. I don't know whether the consulate was a saint or he was blind. He ignored the signature, and he gave us permission to leave for Poland. That was our first chance to be, otherwise we would have never been able to leave Poland. It was our first chance to leave. When we left for Poland, and as soon as we arrived to the first city in Poland, I remember it was Lvov, which used to be called Lemberg. As soon as they heard we were sent in, obviously, in not in regular trains for people, but in trains they used to transport horses and cows with. In other words, what is it called in English?
Cattle cars.
Cattle cars, right. And the top of it was open. And when they heard from the cattle cars, our cattle car especially, speaking Yiddish, it was the night. We stopped there in Poland. Our first stop in Poland, as I said, was Lvov. They started pelting us with stones. So we knew we were in the wrong place. We arrived to the wrong place. From there we managed to get to a city called Lodz. And we managed to find a place in the basement of a brand new yeshiva, which the returnees from Poland created. And we slept in the basement of that yeshiva, otherwise we would have had no place where to sleep. And we stayed for a little while, and afterwards we were approached by someone. I don't remember who it was, but it was a Jewish fellow from Palestine. At that time there was no Israel yet. And he said, "You cannot stay here." Yeah, at that time, that was the time when the infamous pogrom took place in Poland, the Kielce pogrom, which you can see you can still find in the internet now. When I noticed what was happening, and my mother, obviously, we became aware of all that, we realized we better listen to that fellow. We cannot stay here. So the fellow put us together with a little group of people, also people like us, who were homeless. And he managed to know something about the border between Poland and Czechoslovakia. So he took us through the border, but not through the border. We were arrested in the meantime by the Polish police guards. And I remember, we were not supposed to speak Yiddish, nor Polish, nor Russian. We were supposed to go as Greeks, going home. That's what they were telling us. And so, of course, we were very careful. There were some children that they had to be quietened down in order not to speak up, because otherwise they would discover that we were not Greeks. And in the meantime, while we were stopped, the guard saw my violin. I had a violin. I was not necessarily interested anymore in studying the violin. I just had it for emotional reasons. But I carried it with me as we went, including whatever we had left, including that prayer book. And he said to me in Polish, although I understood, I assumed that I did not understand what he said. He said, what do you have in that case? And he showed the case, and so I tried to make him understand that I don't understand him, but I know what he means. So I had to open the violin case. He said, what is in this? I said, a violin. Well, he said, oh, you're taking it for business. You're going to make business with it. So I said, no, I'm playing. I'm trying to tell him in broken language that I'm playing the violin. He said, no, that's not true. You're not playing. I had to take out the violin in the middle of the forest and try whatever I could remember from my childhood and play for him a little bit. So he saw that I was playing. He said, now put it back and close the case. And then he took my violin away. It was partially because he took my violin and partially also because that God knew how to give him some money on the side that he let us to. And we made it back. We made it to Czechoslovakia. We arrived to Prague. We were only there, I think, 2 days or so. And I have to mention that when we arrived to Prague, and I saw the human attitude of the Czech people towards those survivors, because they saw that we were survivors, we were refugees. So they used to give us some cards. At that time it was a socialist government. The Russians were not there yet. And they gave us some cards so we could go and get some drink or whatever it is. That's all they could do. And then I thought to myself, that was the first sign that human beings were still on earth. And I was very relieved to see that. I thought there was no one left, no human being left on earth anymore.
How would people have, you just said before,
How?
that they knew you were a survivor, you were a refugee?
Oh, we were dressed in funny ways, strange ways, you know. They saw that we had no decent clothes on, you know. It was obvious.
May I ask, how did your mother have the financial means or any means to move from Chernovitz to Lvov? And
There was no moving. We could take nothing with us.
I know, but you traveled. How did she have the means to?
We just took away some food that we could, whatever we could take with us, and a few things that meant something to me. And that's it. And my mother even didn't ask me why I take the violin. I mean, we had no time to think about it. We just took whatever we could.
But in that time, did people let you pass through because they recognized your state, you know?
Oh yeah, on the Czech border it was different. That was not legal, but they didn't bother us. Yeah, on the Czech border was a different story. And so we made it to Germany, to the US zone of Germany.
Did anybody help you, any agency help you to choose the?
No, that fellow took us through the borders. He was apparently familiar to some extent with where, you know, what geographical area to cover to pass the border, and he was familiar enough, probably having taken other people also, on what to do in order to be able to have us go through. In Germany, once we arrived to Germany, we did not know exactly where we arrived. I don't remember. And I don't remember how it happened, but we wound up in Fernwald. When we came to Fernwald, we found out that it was a camp, displaced persons camp, but it was not the kind of camps that we heard about, that we knew about. By the way, the first time I found out about the horrible camps was when we came to Poland, from other survivors that came back to Poland, that wanted to come back to their homeland. They were hoping to be able to stay there. So anyway, we discovered that camp was like a paradise for us. We were put 2 families in one room. We were given food. We were free. It was a Jewish camp. At that time, anti-Semitism was big enough, so they would not put together Jews with other nationalities. So they had most of the camps were Jewish anyway. So we felt quite free. There was no fear of what is going to happen to us next day. And so they organized a school. So that was the first school I started going to, a Hebrew school. And I felt it was a normal life. For me it was normal, because I didn't have to sleep on the floor anymore. I slept on one of those cots, not in a regular bed, but everything felt comfortable. We were never hungry. The camp organized itself, and soon there was a library, and I was able to get some books from the library, and attended the school. And that was the time when I started violin classes. But it was not that easy. I did not want to start violin anymore. I thought I was too old. Besides, I didn't have my violin anymore. It was taken away from me on the Polish border. A friend of mine who sat near me in school we became familiar with each other. I didn't know where he came from. He didn't know where I came from. At that time, nobody asked anyone else about their background, because everybody came from different places, and the backgrounds were quite different. But he found out from my mother that I once played the violin. So he had that in his mind. He was sort of a strange little fellow, a teenager, that would give you the impression he didn't care about anybody or anything. But he registered the fact that my mother told him that I once played the violin. I don't know how it came up. And he decided that he would take me, he would trick me into the house of a violinist in the next village, which was Wolfratshausen. And once he came into our room, he said to me, how about going to the movies? I looked at him and said, yeah, we had to go, by the way, to the movies to that town, to that German town. That was the only place where we could watch movies. And I thought about that, I said, okay, let's go. So we went. And it was I remember, it was 3-kilometer walk. And on the way to the movies, instead of going to the movies, he stopped at a house I was not familiar with, a little apartment house. And he rang a bell. I said, what are you doing? He said, oh, I have something to attend to. I didn't want to ask him. But soon somebody comes out from, looked out from a window high up and saw us. Obviously, he saw that we were refugees from the camp. And he was a rough fellow. And he asked us, what do you want? So my friend, without me knowing anything, said, my friend wants to talk to you. I was bewildered. I just wanted to run away. But I was stuck. So the man thought for a little while, and then he decided to invite us up. He invited us up, and then on the way, my friend told him, he knew that he was a violinist, by the way, I don't know how. And he told him that I once played the violin, and he wants me, and he wants to hear me, and he needs to hear me. I was terribly embarrassed. I wanted to run out. I didn't have a violin in my hands. A long time ago, I was dreaming to see at least a violin. Now he gives me a violin in my hands. I didn't know anymore what to do with it. So he was, as I said, he was a rough fellow. And asked me a little bit how long I played before. So I said, well, I played 4 years between the ages of 6 and 10. So he goes over to his piano and picks up a violin and hands it over to me and said, here, play. I was bewildered. I didn't know what to do. So he kept on insisting. He said, go ahead, nobody's going to bite you. Go ahead, play. I felt forced. I didn't know what to do. So I took the violin in my hands and I tried the best I could. In the beginning, I didn't know what to do with it. But then little by little things started coming back in my mind and I started playing. And the man, it felt to me like it was an hour. Couldn't be more than a few minutes.
What was the name of this individual?
Koszeliński. He gave himself a name which turned out to be a little different, but he called himself von Koszeliński. He was a Polish fellow, a Polish violinist who lived in Germany. And I didn't put anything together and I didn't ask him what he was doing or anything like that. I just remember when I heard his name, I remembered his name was well known in Munich because he played a lot of concerts there. I started playing and then he said, okay. He said, whom do you have in camp? I said, my mother and my sister. He said, tell your mother I want to see her as soon as possible. I was very hesitant. I didn't know what it was all about. So I was hesitant. He said, don't do me any favor. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But if she wants to come, tell her to come over tomorrow. I want to see her. So I went back afterwards. I was furious at my friend for having fooled me that way. But I didn't say anything on the way back. It was obvious that he fooled me into this man's place. And then I went and told my mother that, the story. And I told her, yeah. He said, tell your mother to get you a violin. So I told her what happened. It happened that the day, I don't remember if it was the same day or the day after, by luck, my brother-in-law went out of the camp just on the road and he saw a gypsy with a violin case. So at that time, in Germany you could get almost anything for cigarettes. Money had no value, right after the war. Certainly not German money. And the gypsy looks at him. Yeah, my brother-in-law found out about it. You know that I was supposed to get a violin and my mother was supposed to go to this man and bring me with the violin. So he said, what do you want for the violin? So he gave him some amount, he said a few little packs of cigarettes. So he went and got him a few packs of cigarettes, which we used to get cigarettes, by the way. And he got a violin. I don't remember whether it was 1 or 2 days afterwards, we went over to him. And he this time he was a little more polite, because my mother was a lady. And he said, your son lost an awful lot of time. He cannot afford to lose one more day. I want to give him lessons. I'll give him lessons for free. I was shocked, I was surprised. And he was such a rough man, all of a sudden. He wants to give me lessons for free. And my mother hesitatingly agreed. She was not so anxious to see me go on with the violin, because she felt that I lost so much time. I think it was 7 years.
Did you continue, were you engaged by him to learn again during the whole time that you were in Fernwald?
Yeah, while I was in Fernwald with this man, I started studying with this man. He was not really a teacher, he played very well. But he was experimenting with me, giving me difficult things, seeing how I'm doing and all that. And that time I started, when I heard him play afterwards, I felt that I needed something like that. And so I started practicing seriously in Fernwald.
Did this teacher go by another name? Did he have another name?
No.
Who was Professor Novak?
It was called Professor Kazimir von Koszeliński.
You had said that, but who is Professor Novak?
Novak?
Yeah.
No,
in your book.
Huh?
In your book, there was a man named Novak.
I changed the name in the book, and I'll explain to you later why. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's good to you.
But we're talking about the same man.
Yeah, same man.
And the reason I'm asking.
I changed his name for his sake.
Okay.
Because he changed his attitude towards anti-Semitism. He was a great anti-Semite.
Well, if I may, from your book, there was a phrase there that caught my eye. When you were talking about somebody who had what we might call casual anti-Semitism, you said that he had anti-Semititis.
Yes.
The sickness without available pills for relief.
Without what?
Without available pills for relief.
Yeah.
It was his brand of anti-Semitism that was intellectually sane. That's the way you described him.
Uh-huh.
So you would call, I guess, social anti-Semitism? at that time?
I think it was inborn, but at the same time he intellectualized it. He was already obviously a educated man.
But here you were,
Yeah.
here you were in Germany after the war. What was the reaction of local
Anti-Semitism.
Germans, you know, outside of Fernwald?
When I saw
you,
that, when
to
I
you.
went sometimes to Munich
Right.
on a trip and I sensed anti-Semitism, it bothered me. His anti-Semitism did not. Because I felt he was harmless. For some reason, as a teenager, he liked me. He used to want to go with me, fishing with me and things like that. I was not afraid of his anti-Semitism. I felt it was harmless. And then afterwards, my instincts were correct. I found that out afterwards.
Were there, let's talk about Fernwald. What did your mother do? You were in Hebrew school.
In Fernwald, there was nothing that we could do. We just stayed there and were waiting for a possibility to go anywhere where they would take us.
Was there
Everybody
any
was in the
effort?
same boat.
Was in the camp, were there representatives from Palestine who were trying to
Or there were,
get you to go to Palestine?
yes, there was, yeah. There were a few people that were teachers, Hebrew teachers, that came to Germany to act as, you know, as teachers in school on different subjects, like mathematics, geography, Hebrew, modern Hebrew. And
Was any other kind of training,
any other training?
kind of preparation for going to Palestine that
Oh
was
yeah,
taking place?
we were encouraged to do that, yes. And at one time I had this document which made me try to register to eventually go to Palestine, of course with the family, I was hoping.
Did your mother want to go to Palestine?
Well, at that time we finally made contact with a brother of hers that lived in New York, in the Bronx. And luckily we remembered his address. All through these years, we had no paper or notebooks or anything like that when we were in camp. But we remembered, I think my sister remembered his address, and we tried to write him. And he got our letter, and he finally found out that we were alive. He didn't know. So when he found out we were alive, he was a very poor man. He worked in a factory, couldn't afford to guarantee for us our stay to the government. At that time there was a law that the only way you could come to the United States was if you had someone to guarantee for you. So he found a friend, somebody that used to live in our city, that lived in the United States. How she got there, I don't know. And she made out for us papers to come. And that's how we made it to the States.
You were in Fernwald for 3
Yes.
years.
3.5 years.
3.5 years. Can you tell me more about the running of Fernwald, what you did on a daily basis?
Yeah, well, first of all, I was a teenager. We had friends, used to play ball, do things, what teenagers usually do, go to school. go to the movies, to the next town. We were free enough to do that. It was after the war. And Mother was just like everyone else. We were sitting and waiting to hear what is going to happen to us next. They had a theater there. There was a cultural organization created by the survivors, and they used to have shows that they made on their own, with their own actors. And of course, people were hungry for all that. They hadn't seen things like that in a long time. So it was very popular. So we would have, almost every little while, we would have a different show going on. It was all in Yiddish, obviously. There was a library. We could get books, read. I tried to read a little bit. And but at that time I did not know English. Yeah, we started learning English, but it was not much value.
Was there a newspaper there?
Yes, there were newspapers. There was a newspaper, and I don't remember whether the newspaper was made in that camp or in another camp, but we used to get it. And I even have some copies, in very bad shape, that I have in my other room, of newspapers written in Latin language, but in Yiddish. Yiddish language, but in Latin letters, for those people who knew Yiddish but could not read Yiddish. Interesting. And we used to get those whatever news we could get from those papers.
What about news of survivors? What efforts were made to...
Yes, some survivors wrote in those papers. Yes, as a matter of fact, I even have found a letter in which I was asked if I would be interested to contribute. I was too young, and at that time I started writing poetry in Yiddish at that time, but I didn't consider it of any value.
Were you waiting for any other extended family members? Were you hoping to find out if other family members had survived?
Yes.
How would you have done that?
We tried, but there was no contact. After the war, we could not find anybody that would be able to give us some information. There was some list that they tried to put together in Munich of survivors, but they were from different places. And we knew that most of our family in Poland disappeared, and we never heard from them again. My father's mother and sister and stepfather, they all disappeared. Never heard from them again. As soon as the Nazis came and took over that part of Poland, Romania or Russia, in that case, in our case, we had no more contact. So,
if I may ask, since your father was no longer alive,
of course,
did you assume any kind of role for your mother and your sister as the man of the family?
as a matter of fact, no, the only role I took as making it possible for us to leave Poland was by deciding to change that document, because there was no one to give us advice. People would be afraid to give us such advice, because you could be arrested. So that was the only role that I had as man of the house. And in Fernwald there was no need really for it. We all got food. I went to school. My sister got married there. And outside that there was no activity, except the usual activity from living in a little village with the little cultural activities. Speakers come and all that kind. But other than that, nothing else existed.
Who provided the clothing that you were wearing?
Yes, that was provided by the Hayas.
What did Hayas stand for?
It is still existing now, but it's the Hebrew. I don't remember. I don't know what it stood for. I don't remember, but we called it Hayas. And part of it was sent to us, part of the clothing was sent to us from the United States.
It was the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society.
Oh, yeah. Okay, all right, fine. Yes, that's where we got our clothing. And because most people came with almost nothing to wear. So we were provided with coats, with suits, you know, whatever we could pick up that fitted us. And that was...
Did you see other survivors who came to Fernwald wearing concentration camp?
No.
You never saw
Everybody
that?
threw that out. No. When we came there was no such thing anymore. There were no concentration camp suits.
No, but did anybody that you can recall
I think-
arrive wearing them because they had nothing
No,
else?
not at that point. They were already settled. When we came, Fernwald was already settled. And we were given a room with another family. And it was a different situation. Everyone had clothing.
I read that there was who kept law and order in Fernwald?
Yes, there was a Jewish police in the camp.
It was the Jews.
Jewish, of course, Jewish police. The Germans had no... we would not want to have any... people were afraid, you know, to have anything. There was no need for German police. There was a police, there was a fire department in case of anything, you know. And there was a guard at the camp also, because we were not sure who could come in. And that was about it.
Was Fernwald guarded to protect you, the survivors?
Yes. Well, without weapons or anything like that. But there was a guard at the entrance. For what purpose, I don't really know. There was no need, as far as I could tell.
What about medical assistance if you got sick?
Yeah. We had one doctor, a real doctor, and we had a little hospital there. There was another doctor that was doubtful whether he was a doctor, and there was a dentist who obviously I knew from experience was not a dentist, because he pulled out, I had a swelling on my wisdom tooth, on the cheek. It was swollen. The pain was unbelievable. And so my mother decided to take me to that hospital. The doctor couldn't do anything, but then there was somebody that claimed he was a dentist. And he tried to take out that tooth without injection. There was no injection. And that was a pain that I cannot forget. I thought it would go out of my mind. It broke in the middle. I realized he didn't know how to do it. So that was a special experience. After that, I got mortally sick. I don't know whether I told you that, I mentioned that. I had temperature. The doctor came over to my apartment, took my temperature, and found out it was a little high, and said I should go to the hospital. Very nice man, by the way. They took me to the hospital. He tried to do whatever he could. They could not find any reason why I had high temperature. So they thought it was an infection. I had very high white blood cells, and they could not find out where it came from. They took me once to a doctor in Munich, a German doctor. Nobody knew what it was. And slowly I was sort of going down and down and down and down. I almost passed away. And there was nothing that anyone could do. It was years after that I tried to figure out, not years after, in this apartment, I thought back to it, that this procedure created infection and they could not trace it. They didn't know what to do. So I was in the hospital lying there and I looked awful. I must have looked awful. I didn't have a mirror to look at myself. But when mother and sister came in and they saw me, they broke out crying from the way I looked, because I was actually ready to die. I did not want, I had no pain, absolutely no pain, no desire to stay up. I just wanted to close my eyes and be left alone. And I was very close to death. And then there was a man in the hospital. He came with a heart situation, a survivor, of course. When he saw me, he saw my sister and my mother. They broke out crying. And then I realized myself, I'm creating trouble. That was the only thing that gave me some little, push to try and be alive. And I said, he said, why don't you eat? I couldn't take in water anymore. Body would not take in anything anymore. So he said to me, force yourself. Start taking in little by little, water, water, water. And little by little, they started giving me, I never understood how it happened, but it was something that I would have never touched if they paid me $1 million for it, to drink raw eggs, because I couldn't eat anything, no food. I started drinking about 6 eggs a day. And I started recovering. And I met that doctor afterwards here in New York on 47th Street, because it was near the place near the Radio City Music Hall where I used to work at that one time. And we recognized each other. I was very happy to see him. And he said, I didn't know what to do with you, so I just gave you aspirins. And the good thing, he did give me some injections, and maybe that helped a little bit. The injections were probably to boost my whatever I had left.
Why don't you take some water? Take a sip of
okay,
water.
thank you.
You, s-
Excuse me.
you spoke about attending a Jewish school
Yes.
while you were there.
Yeah, it was a Hebrew school. Yeah.
How did you resume a Jewish life?
How did I?
How did you and your mother and sister resume observing,
Oh, observant? Whether we were observant?
observing your faith in Fernwald?
We just went on being traditional.
How was that possible?
I cannot explain to you because God was not my friend for a long time. So
Did your mother
yeah,
start
well,
that up again? And
yeah, my mother went up on with her, you know, with her normal traditional behavior, you know, candling, light candling, and all that. That was the
did you observe the Sabbath?
yes, at that time, yes. I have to leave out for you as part of my life, which was when I came back from not from concentration camp. I wrote about this man in my book, Rabbi Portugal. He was a man that saved close to 100 orphans. You may have read it in my book. After the war, during the Soviets. And he put himself in great danger by the police, the NKVD. He was one of the kindest people, one of the most spiritual people I ever met. And somehow I wound up as, you know, all the orphans in town, somehow geared toward him. And I used to come and visit him, and he would give classes to the children. And I was one of them.
What about the major holidays in the year?
Same. It went on.
You spoke about your sister getting married.
Yes, she got married by, in Fernwald. He became very known afterwards. He was called the Klosenberger Rabbi, who was an unusual man. His whole family was killed. He had a family. They were killed, and then he decided to create a yeshiva in Fernwald. I may have left that out.
Who did she marry? Whom did your sister marry?
Afterwards he got married. Right. I did not know exactly. Oh, whom did she marry?
Yes. What was the name of the man she married?
Oh, she met him in Łódź, in Poland. And we went from Łódź together already. We made all these trips together to Germany. In Germany she got married by that man.
Were there many children born in Fernwald? Babies?
Not many. Few. Because we did not know where we would wind up. So my sister had one child that was born in Fernwald, and she's now in Israel. Uh, I don't know what I left out. Yeah, so I used to sort of go up to his house and continue some learning, which was Talmud. This man remembered me as a child, when my father used to bring me to him just to say hello and to play my violin for him. I don't remember more about that, but he remembered my father and remembered me. And so I was there until we decided to move for Poland. And he was one that I think that somebody in the secret police respected him enough to see that he gets papers to leave Russia. He refused. He didn't want to leave his children. So he wound up in prison for many years. He was sent to Russia with his son. Since then, we didn't hear from him in years. And finally, through some kind of UN steps, I don't know how it got to the UN, some of his students that grew up, made some noise about it, and he was finally released and wound up in London. And from London he came to the United States, and he lived a few years here. I was just lucky enough to see him once, because I was constantly on tour. But I was very glad to see him. So he was one of those people that I can count on the fingers of my hand, that I considered them more than human beings. Just an angel. He would take care of those children, and many of them came with many problems, obviously. Their parents were not there. They had psychological problems, but as soon as he would take them on his lap, he would see to it that they feel better and they are better. And he took care of all of them. Somehow he found ways of feeding them. I don't know whether I should go through with that, whether you want to hear about it. Because Czernowitz had the city was built in an old Vienna way. And so he lived in an area which was sort of half closed. And many apartments were empty because the Jews did not come back. And at that time, the police was limited. The police control was limited. And they did not know who lived where. Later, of course, they made sure they would know where everybody lives. And he placed these children in those rooms, and somehow people who returned from camp, that came back to their hometown, managed to survive better than we did. And whenever somebody came to him, they would bring him a little money, and that he would save and have for the children to feed them. How he did it was a miracle.
Did you exhibit or any psychological problems of your own after the experience during the war?
I couldn't talk to a human being. I couldn't talk to a human being. I was on a 10-year-old level. Of course, in Fernwald, I straightened out a little bit. And I got to know friends, they were a little bit in better shape than I was. But sort of being together, we were able to communicate to each other, and we became almost like normal teenagers. Yeah, I did have. And they lasted up to the point where I went to college here, the first year. So anyway,
Was there any dark humor
dark humor
about Germans?
about Germans?
Yeah.
No. No humor.
No Yiddish expressions for them?
No, I only remember that people were so, when they came back from camp, they were so hateful. That when we used to visit these palaces in Germany, they had wonderful places. Some of them were like wild animals. The returnees, they would do little things there to damage something, because they could not find the expression of what they felt. I remember that.
Tell me more.
I did not do that.
Tell me more of what you observed.
How many?
Tell me more about that.
I don't remember much, but I do remember when we went there as a group. I remember 1 or 2 people went and did that, you know. But it was not on a whole, sale basis. But this remained in my mind. And so people used to go to Munich from Fernwald. And some of them started even little businesses. You know, they would sell their cigarettes, which they would get and sell them, and be able to buy whatever they could for those cigarettes.
So does that mean there was sort of a black market?
Yes. But the element was not good. I remember the element. I mean, they were hurt. These people were really hurt. They did not express it as much as clear as I could see, but I felt it. They were hurt people. I was hurt too, but I kept it to myself. I don't know where I stopped.
Can we spend some time speaking about revenge?
Yeah, revenge, no. I never had that feeling. Never in my life. I don't know whether I mentioned to you that when we were liberated, the day we were liberated, we were away from my mother. Did I mention that to you? No. There was a time close to the end of the war when the Romanian government started feeling that they made a mistake by being on the Nazi side. And so with the help, there was a little Jewish community left in Bucharest. They tried to see what they can do to help us. And so I remember we used to get little messages through people, not Jewish people. I don't know how they got to us. And it would make us possible to exchange things and do things. The details I don't remember anymore. So at that time they made an arrangement, the Romanian government made an arrangement that they would try to take out the children from the camps in Transnistria. So we were on the list to leave Mother and go back to Romania or some other place where they would take us by ship to Palestine. I don't remember what the purpose was, but we would be able to go out of there. And when my mother was approached about it, she said, yes, we should get out as soon as possible. We were in camp. And so we left. Apparently it was in a half-legal way, because the person who guided us, I don't know who he was, took us to a place called Balta, all the way walking, by the way. It was 60 kilometers. I don't know how we made it, but we went to this city, Balta, and we found there we were put into a ghetto. There was a ghetto there. And we were put with some older couple in a house. And that's where we stayed until the time would come when they were able to take us out of Balta and take us out of Ukraine, of Transnistria. That did not happen, of course. And so the moment that we were freed, we did not even believe we were freed, because it was quiet. The only thing we could hear is the shooting. And my ear could tell the difference between the German guns and the Russian guns. And I could tell, and I told my people in the room where we were hiding, which actually looked like a stable from the front. So the Germans didn't expect anyone to find there. Otherwise, they found some people, and they were shot near us, you know. But to us, they did not get. Anyway, I told my people that the Russians are getting closer. And the German guns sounded further. And sure enough, one day, it was quiet, and the German guns went far, far further, because the Russians kept approaching, not approaching, but kept on liberating more of the Ukraine. And so the day before that, I went out into the street. The people didn't want to leave me, of course, to let me go out, but I decided it was very cold, and they were an old couple. They were freezing. I decided I would go out no matter what. I would go out into the street and pick up some wood, because there was plenty of wood outside in the streets. So I opened the door without discussing it with my sister or anything like that. I just decided to run to the door, open the door fast and run out before they could say anything. I heard yelling from inside, but they were afraid to go out. The bullets were still flying. And the Germans were retreating already. It was the SS. They did not trust even the regular Germans, soldiers. And I was going to pick up a piece of wood and was trying to add up to my, to have a few pieces in my hand and get back fast, because I heard the bullets flying. And I looked and saw a pair of boots in front of me. And I looked up and I see this tall German SS fellow standing and looking at me. And he looked at me and thought for a moment and said in German, "Get up!" I made myself as if I did not understand what he said, because they knew that the Ukrainians did not know German, and the Jews did. because our part of Romania was spoken by people spoke more German than Romanian. So it was my mother language at one time. So I made myself as if I didn't understand, so I looked up to him and said, yes, like, what do you want? He said, get up. And I got up, and he had a machine gun, put it right there, and he looked at me and said, Jude? Which means, are you Jew? So immediately I had to think very fast. I was not going to say yes. It was a question of seconds. So I answered "Niet" in Ukrainian. He thought for a little while. He may have been a little bit drunk. I couldn't tell. I didn't have time to examine him. He thought for a little while, turned around and walked away. And I got back.
When, if we can go back to Fernwald, was your life ever threatened in the same way when you were in Germany? Did that
in Germany?
happen? Yes.
No. We were in Germany after the war.
I know, but after the war, doesn't
No,
mean
after
that-
the war, Germany was
safe.
taken over by U.S. soldiers.
I know, but it was safe for you everywhere you went?
It had to be safe. They were afraid of moving. They were afraid of making a move in Munich. They were right after the war. You know, I could pick up pictures that I still found in Germany, from the Holocaust, that I picked up from German families, whose I think they sold them, or I don't know how. I don't remember picking them up, but these were the pictures that the soldiers sent to the families to let them know what good job they did. So anyway, yeah, that's part of it. So they were afraid. No. Yes, I could sense anti-Semitism. Yeah, if I took the train and they heard me talking to a friend in Yiddish, you know, they were trying to imitate us, you know. It was obvious, it was obviously there. It was that generation. But it bothered me, but I didn't let that take me over. So what I wanted to say is, the day after, my cousin told my mother that he was going to come and get us, because my mother heard that that city where we were in was practically destroyed. So my mother was beside herself. She didn't know what to do. So he said, don't worry, I'm going to go. It doesn't matter how, I'm going to go. And he came in with the first Russian army. They let him go with him. They knew what it was all about. And he found us. So the next day we made immediately our way back. We could not wait anymore. We wanted to make sure Mother knows that we are alive. There was no way of letting her know. So we started walking, and on the way we were walking, I saw hundreds of bodies of German soldiers lying on the floor. And I have to tell you that I was sorry. I was sorry for them. I was not vengeful. I felt sorry because I thought they had people waiting for them, either wives or brothers or sisters or mothers or children, you know, and I saw them dead. I knew if they would be standing up, I would be dead. But that was before. So no, I never had any vengeance feeling. And that's the way I stayed. It stayed with me, that feeling of not feeling any hatred. I felt no hatred. I was afraid of them, but I didn't know how to hate. I was afraid of that soldier. I mean, there was no time even to be afraid. I didn't have time to think, you know. But I never thought of, you know, I hate that guy, I wish he would be dead. It didn't occur to me, there was no time.
Let's take a break
Yeah,
for a minute and come back to your story.
sure, fine.
Mr. Martyr, would you have anything else you want to add about the years that you spent in Fernwald? Anything that we didn't cover that
In
comes to
Fernwald
mind?
itself?
Right. That's important to say.
Yes, there was a transition between what I had in me to do, and I was completely unaware that I had it. In other words, my need for music was completely gone without consciously thinking about it. And I only discovered it when I got in touch with music. I realized that I was missing out on a big part of me. And so it came little by little. I went to Munich with my friend who tricked me in to this professor, and I remember I heard the first performance I heard of Mozart Requiem. I was so touched that I cried. I had to cry. I broke out crying. And I, you know, no one else cried. So I realized how much it meant. And I had it there, and it was all hidden.
There was a a line in your book that said something about how you used to sing the melodies, violin melodies,
Yes.
in your head when you were hungry
Yeah, yeah.
to distract yourself from
Yes,
the pangs
yes.
of hunger.
Yes, yes. Yes, I did mention it that I had two daydreams, and one was that I would not. I would hope that I would not have to be starving anymore, and the other one is that I would just see a violin, just look at the violin. Those were my daydreams that I was busy with.
So after hearing the Requiem, something came back to you, something came alive.
Yeah, I mean,
Was it hope?
no, just a reaction. It just came out. And even here sometimes, while I was already a professional, I went sometimes to a concert, and I don't remember what it was. I went with my wife, as a matter of fact. There was something by Bach, and it touched me so much. I was crying, and she didn't understand what was going on, and I didn't either.
Excuse me, you mentioned your wife. What was her name?
Sonia.
And where did you meet Sonia?
I met her in school,
In the United States or in Germany?
Manhattan School of Music. And Well, she was an accomplished pianist. She was a child prodigy, playing with orchestra when she was 6, so gives you an idea. I mean, we were worlds apart from each other musically. But she got to know me only when I asked her to play for me a recital for one of my graduations. I don't remember, was the diploma, the bachelor, or the master's. And I was looking for a pianist just to play with me, and I was talking to a cellist, a friend there. And I said, I have a problem. I don't know who to ask, what to do. So he said, why don't you ask Sonia? I said, no, she's not going to be willing to bother with me. I mean, she was already known at that time, you know. So I listened to him and I asked her, yeah, she said she's very modest. So I listened to her and she said yes. And then as we kept on playing, she liked my playing. I don't know why yet, because I was near her level. And so afterwards we decided that we should play more. And so I went with her to South America, and we played some recitals there. And so from there on, it started.
Let's go back though. How did you come to the United States? I know that your relative found a friend, you know, to I guess sponsor you coming here, but
Yes.
how did you actually get to the United States?
By ship.
Do you remember the name?
Good question.
Were there ever, you know, were you in the company of other refugees?
Yes, only refugees.
Ah.
It was a small ship.
Where did it leave from?
I think we left from Hamburg. You know something? I'm not sure anymore. Yeah, but I do remember that we were all refugees. No, doesn't come to my mind.
What do you recall about arriving in New York?
But writing,
About arriving by ship?
arriving to New York was strange because the first thing is we wound up staying in the Hayas. They used to have a building near 14th Street, or rather near 8th Street, something like that. And that's where they put up people who had no place to go, until the Hayas found us something, and we were able to move. And my first impression was I went with my uncle in the subway. And I caught myself and I said, oh, I don't have my documents. And I was very concerned. And my uncle said, here, you don't need documents when you're on the subway. And then my first impression as I walked in the subway, I saw people running. And I couldn't understand. I think it was a fire or something. And then I realized that was the tempo of New York. That gave me a little shock. That was my first impression.
What about the city itself? The height of the buildings, the noise?
No, not much. No, didn't. I always dreamt of having a quiet place, living in a quiet place, but that's my nature. And so I was so happy being away from Europe, I didn't pay attention to anything anymore, to differences. I just had to be able to be capable to adjust.
And what did that involve for you?
Well, number one, the language. I knew very little English. I could not adjust. I didn't know what to do with myself. I didn't know I was good enough to be able to play an audition. I didn't even know what an audition meant until my uncle mentioned to me, he said, I understand you play the violin. And I didn't know what to do, whether to go on with just getting a job or doing anything or making any effort in any other way. I couldn't imagine myself doing it. I wouldn't know how. And so when he mentioned an audition, I thought about it and said, yeah, I have to play for somebody. Then how am I going to play for somebody when I'm so backward? It didn't occur to me that it's a reality. And so I went, played. Of course, I had done some practicing, and I decided to go to Manhattan School of Music to give an audition. And there was a very nice old man. His name was Korchak. And he asked me to play something, and I played for him. I remember what it was. It was a part of the Mendelssohn Violin Concerto. That's the only thing I knew. And he was very kind and didn't talk to me much. Didn't ask me about where I came from or what my plans are, but he wrote a note and put it in an envelope and told me to go to the dean. And I was hesitant, very hesitant, because I felt like, who am I to play at my age, competing with people who have had a lifetime of hearing music. I heard no music at all. Nothing that I can count on, except in Germany when I went to a concert, things like that.
Did you ever play the violin when you were in Fernwald?
Yes, I started practicing seriously. Yes.
Tell me more.
But only what I needed to practice. I was not in touch much with musician or music, But already I was gearing toward that, I remember hearing on the radio a violinist who was well known at that time. He was one of the top violinists, Misha Elman. I don't know if you are familiar with his name. No, it's not your generation. And of course I could see, that I loved it, And so he sent me to the what's her name? The person involved in getting my letter the dean, I'm sorry. And on the way, I was so fearful. Oh. I was so fearful that there was an opening in the letter. It was open. That I decided, although I'm not supposed to see it, he didn't tell me I'm not supposed to see it, but I felt it was meant for somebody else. I opened it up and I saw he wrote it down, very talented, advanced, which was to me like somebody made up in his own mind what I should be, complete scholarship. I gave it, I felt shocked at these comments. And she saw it, and she told me to come to school on Monday. And that's where I started. And I was so raw and everything, I didn't even know whether to choose, how to choose a good teacher. I chose the teacher on the basis of a name that was familiar to me from my hometown. And because I didn't speak English. So I figured maybe his name was Danziger. Maybe he will be able to speak to me, or I will be able to speak to him. It turned out to be not the ideal choice necessarily, and then eventually I went to another teacher, and I started regular schooling, which covered all the subjects necessary in music. Some of them I didn't even need. I realized I did not need. I was sitting in class, just doodling around. There was no need for me. It had to do with sight singing, you know, being able to recognize when you hear something, writing it down. So anyway, I was advanced. They advanced me a class because they realized there was no point of my being there. Also, my ear bothered me when I heard this. For instance, they played a recording. And the recording sometimes is not always, the record player is not always true to the real level of the sound. And it sounded to me a half a tone higher. And I sat in class, you know, but to me it was disturbing. I heard that music, and I heard it a half a tone higher. So I wrote it down a half a tone higher. So the teacher saw it. He said, no, it's an A major. And I heard it in B flat major. I said, no. I was bashful to do it, but I had to go over. I went over to the piano and said, this is an A. And this sounds B flat. She realized I was in the wrong class. And so they advanced me. And so I continued. In other subjects I was very low, obviously. My first class in psychology was a failure, because I didn't understand the word the teacher was saying. But as I continued, you know, everything went in its place.
How did you catch up in English?
It took me about 2 years to be able to, from mixing German and English, and sometimes even a part of Russian, to arrive at one language, which I never thought I would be able to manage. But speaking to students and all that, you know, little by little you hear it spoken more, and so you adjust. With time you adjust. But my English was even, I remember, was even poor when I went to Columbia. I wanted to go for my doctorate. So I wrote some theses. And I saw on my thesis that the teacher would write down, would correct me, but the corrections were only in grammar. The thoughts he taught were fine, so I got good marks. But that was already at the end of Manhattan School of Music, and I still felt not quite at home with the language. And as I went on, it kept on improving.
So you went from the Manhattan School of Music to Columbia?
Columbia, yeah, Teachers College. But that was another thing. I thought I would get a doctorate, and then I realized that the subjects were so dry. It was more about music than music itself. And I didn't feel at home. And once the head of the department heard me play, we were playing a quartet or something like that, had something to do with the composition. He called me into his office and he said, "You know something? I don't think you should be going in that direction. You should go on playing." He said, "The reason I don't play is because I didn't practice." A very nice man. So I listened to him. So I stopped in the middle and went on touring, started touring with music, performances. At first it was the orchestra, and so it was a whole row of things that I went through until I was able to go on further.
During your career, what are some of the orchestras that you played with?
Well, my first job was in New Orleans, and that I already played, but I was still in Manhattan School of Music. One of my teachers recommended me to the New Orleans Symphony because there was a violinist that got sick, and I had to replace for 8 weeks. And so he said, "Why don't you try and go there?" I never played in an orchestra. So I was very hesitant. So he said, "Go." So I played an audition. I remember I went to Philadelphia, played an audition for the conductor. He was conductor at that time of the New Orleans Symphony. And the conductor accepted me, and I went there for 8 weeks. At that time, I began to understand how it feels playing in an orchestra. And the second season, he wanted me back, but I couldn't go back because I felt it was at that time, it was the, what war was it? I was going to go to the army. I had to go to the army or go to college. I had a choice. So I felt I didn't want to interrupt the music, so I wrote him back. I said, "I'm sorry, I cannot take the job next season." And I went back to college. And this was my first professional job. And then, of course, started playing in the orchestra in the school. And then afterwards, after I graduated, I went to a depression a little bit. And I could not function. I didn't know what to do with myself. So we were living on Broadway, not far from Columbia, so a friend of mine from school, who used to like to hear me play, met me on the street and said, "Hi, how are you?" I said, "Look, we were able to see, we were glad to see each other." I said to him, "What are you doing?" He said, "I joined the Philharmonic." I said to me, "What are you doing?" I said, "Nothing." I didn't tell him anything about my state of mind or anything like that. I just knew I felt incapable of going anywhere, asking for a job or calling for a job or anything like that. I didn't know how to do it. So he said nothing. So he called up someone that was arranging chamber orchestra concerts in Long Island. So immediately I was called and I started playing there. And little by little I started continuing to do professional jobs. And the first thing that happened, first thing that happened was the contractor of the music hall, Radio City Music Hall. He was a violist, and he was playing in that chamber orchestra. He was first violist in the orchestra. And I used to always, I was always very hungry to play. I don't know what, I was driven, I had to play all the time, even before the concert. So when we went into a school, I would close myself in a little empty room and just play for myself. And this man opens the door, and he didn't know me. It was my first time he met me. He said, "Would you like to play the Radio City Music Hall?" I said, "Sure." The reason I wanted to play so much in the music hall because this was my first steady job. I wasn't even able to at that time to have an apartment because I couldn't claim I have a steady job. So that was my first choice, and I started by, of course you start first by substituting, and eventually I became a member. And as I became a member, I felt much more secure financially, and I was able to go on with life. And at that time, I heard that Leopold Stokowski, was creating an orchestra in New York. It's called the American Symphony. So I spoke to someone, and he said, he mentioned the American Symphony. He said, "Are you playing there?" I said, "No." He said, "Why don't you audition?" At that time, I felt a little more secure, and I felt, what am I going to lose? I have a job. I'm going to audition. So I went up to, an arrangement was made for me to audition with Stokowski. I remember he lived right near the Guggenheim Museum. He was very nice. He opened the door, started talking to me a little bit. And then I played for him. So I finished playing. He said to me, "Yeah, okay, that's fine." He said, "I would like to have here my orchestra, but my orchestra is full. So as soon as I have room in my orchestra, I will tell my contractor and he will call you." Wonderful. I felt very good. I went home just to rest from that. And just as I lie down to rest from the audition, the phone rang. And I was called immediately to play in the orchestra in the next concert. I didn't know what Stokowski was doing. He was firing people on the right and left. He was a very tough conductor. So apparently he must have hired somebody in order to hire me. I didn't know all that. Later I found out about it, but anyway, I was very glad, and I continued playing with him until he retired. And I learned a lot from that man. And also it was for me a good thing because the music in the music hall was not so good. Not enough for the level that I needed. And so at least I played some good, fine music with a wonderful conductor. And I was able to take off. Sometimes I was, not... I was not as tied down as I would if I would have been in the Philharmonic. Because at that time you could not take off from the Philharmonic at all. And so, what happened afterwards? Oh yeah, while I was in the orchestra, in the Philharmonic, in the American Symphony, I got a call from someone I did not know. He was a contractor of URAC. I don't know whether you are familiar with that.
Saul.
URAC, the concert management.
Saul Hurak.
You saw URAC. But it was not for solo playing. And he said, somebody, there was a clarinet player that I never spoke to, we never spoke to each other much. But he recommended me for an audition with him. So I said, I just started to play for Stokowski and I signed a contract for the next concert. I cannot possibly get out of that. I knew it's not possible. Stokowski will not let anybody off, after a rehearsal especially. So he said, why don't you try? He said, but I'll give you, so I auditioned for him. He said, I can give you two choices. One was concertmaster of the Moiseev, when they came to the States for the first time, to New York. At that time also the Bolshoi came. That was the first time there was an interchange, cultural change between the Soviet Union and the United States. Or in the orchestra of the Bolshoi. I didn't know that who he had as a concertmaster in the Bolshoi was a concertmaster of the Philharmonic. Because everybody wanted those jobs, because it was something new. So the concertmaster of the Philharmonic took that, and then I refused the orchestra job with the Bolshoi, and I thought to myself, concertmaster of the Moiseev, well, I was never a concertmaster. That'll give me experience. I'll play solos. That might be nice. I'll accept it. But I had to talk to Stokowski. So at the second rehearsal, Stokowski still remembered me because I had just not played long ago for him. And yeah, at first I spoke to his manager. He didn't want to hear about it. I told him the story. He was afraid to talk to Stokowski. He wouldn't hear him. Then I said to myself, I have nothing to lose. I'll go over to Stokowski. So when there was a rehearsal, when there was a break during a rehearsal, I went over to the conductor, to Stokowski. And I said to him in a very quiet way, I just didn't know how to talk to him, what to say to him. I said, I don't know how to tell you this, but I just got an offer as a concertmaster of the Moiseev. And I know that I have played already a rehearsal with you, and I don't know what you feel about it. But I have to ask you anyway. I would like to know if you could let me off. This was for a long time, by the way, because it was a long tour of the United States and Canada. So he thought for a moment, didn't say much, called over the manager, and told him, Mr. Marder got a offer as a concertmaster of the Moiseev. Release him from the next concert. And so I was able to call back that man, that manager of the URAC, and tell him that I was able to accept the job. And so I became concertmaster of the Moiseev. So that was my first job as a concertmaster. That gave me quite an amount of experience. And then afterwards, I got more jobs. I was concertmaster of on tour with the ballet company, National Ballet, and then I played in the Canadian Ballet, all kinds of things that I was able to do while I was doing other things. So the jobs were better and better. And in the meantime, I was able to go with my wife and tour. And in the summers, when there was no season here, we went to South America and we played there. That's their season. And so we did a lot of playing, and I got quite a bit of experience from that. And then I was able to take off also for the winter, sometimes when I needed to go to Europe, because I was still in the music hall, and I was accepted enough in the American orchestra by the manager. He would like me, and he would feel freer letting me off. And because I told him there were solo concerts and all that, so I had quite a flexibility later. And that's how I went on playing.
That also meant you went on living after.
It was my life.
Did your earlier years during the war impact your playing?
Oh, it did, because I was 7 years short, of course. So I used to have these ups and downs in playing. Sometimes I would play a concert and I would be very happy with it, and others I would feel was a failure, was not good enough for me. So I had these little ups and downs, and of course I realized that was my life. I could not help it. But I still went on playing, and people asked us to come more. We went to Spain for 14 years, touring. So, and then communist Bulgaria, I went there. Yeah, I really made progress as I went playing and became more secure. There were times when I studied. My teacher in Manhattan was so excited about me that he would call up a neighbor, a musician, to hear me. And all his family came down, his mother and the wife. It was not really a lesson. I was just giving a recital. He was so happy with me. He wanted me to play for them. But that was not teaching, so I really did not get quite the teaching that I needed.
Did you ever record? Did you make records?
During concerts, tapes, which are lying there, they are completely useless. And the only tape I made, and the only thing that I had recorded was when I played with my wife Brooklyn Museum concerts on Sundays. And that was recorded over the radio, and that I have. I don't know whether I ever showed it to you. Well, if you allow me, I don't know if you are interested, I can send it to you somehow.
I would love that.
Okay. So there will be a few concerts, but they are not video. Just audio.
That's fine.
And there were few, because they were over the radio, they were recorded on Sundays over WNYC. And then, 'cause they were over the radio, they were recorded on Sundays over WNYC. And then, 'cause they were over the radio, they were recorded on Sundays over WNYC. And then, 'cause they were over the radio, they were recorded on Sundays over WNYC. And then, 'cause they were over the radio, they were recorded on Sundays over WNYC. And then, 'cause they were over the radio, they were recorded on Sundays over WNYC. And then, 'cause they were over the radio, they were recorded on Sundays over WNYC. And then, 'cause they were over the radio, they were recorded on Sundays over WNYC. And then, 'cause they were over the radio, they were recorded on Sundays over WNYC. And then, 'cause they were over the radio, they were recorded on Sundays over WNYC. And then, 'cause they were over the radio, they were recorded on Sundays over WNYC. And then, 'cause they were over the radio, they were recorded on Sundays over WNYC. And then, 'cause they were over the radio, they were recorded on Sundays over WNYC. And then, 'cause they were over the as we toured, we also wound up in South Korea. And my wife played there, and I played there separately and together. And there this was my last concert, by the way. I refused to play after that. I felt my hand was getting a little shaky, and I didn't want that to happen during a concert. At first it didn't bother me, then I realized I cannot go on. So unfortunately, that one was televised. And I have it on a video.
Did you ever play in Israel?
Yes. Yeah, I played in Israel, I played in Ramat Gan, in Tel Aviv. But there's not many places you can play there. That was pleasant. That was nice. And then I don't know what happened with my concerts in Spain, somewhere over the radio. But a friend of mine was trying to place them. There's no record of it. I also played in Finland. I went to Finland there, by the way. In Finland, I was coaching somebody on the piano that was running for competition, first place competition on piano. And I got to know her here, and she felt that I could help her. I don't remember how we met and where we met, but then I got an invitation to go to Finland, and I played a recital there. It was also on the radio, could not find it. By the way, that pianist that I coached got second place in the national competition. And there was a Russian, at that time Finland was almost part of Russia. I don't know whether you may have noted that. People outside did not notice it. But when I went to Finland, I felt it. It was a little bit like Russia because there used to be supervisors in every building that knew who lived where. So I already realized that it was the only free country that Russia allowed, permitted to be halfway free. So anyway, there was a Russian judges. So she told me one Russian judge asked her with whom she's studying. And she said, with a violinist. So he was a little surprised. He said, well, who? And she gave him the name. He didn't know my name. I never played in Russia. But in any case, at that time I was already a little more advanced. I knew a little bit more music. I was able to coach piano on a high level, not on a beginner's level. I couldn't do that because I don't play piano enough for that. Or even the middle level. She was advanced. So I coached her musically. And the things that she was very surprised is that what I told her, the good teachers that she had never mentioned it to her. So, she made it to second place. And
You have a favorite piece of music?
pardon me?
Do you have a favorite piece of music?
No. I spoke in Berlin, by the way, not long ago, before COVID. I don't know whether I told you that after I stopped playing violin, I started to give classes or give talks in high schools and universities in the States. First of all, it was about my book. I went to Florida, and spoke about my book. Then I realized, no, this is not the subject I want to talk about, because there's not enough about me in the book to talk about, and there's not to talk about the book to people who come to hear me talk. So I decided to talk about prejudice and its consequences. And that stayed with me, that subject, the title of the talk stayed with me all the time, wherever I spoke, whether I was in Michigan or in Florida.
Why did you write your book, Devils Among Angels?
A good question. I started writing without thinking it would be a book. I started writing first poetry in Yiddish, and then I realized who's going to read it. I published some of these things in the Yiddish publications. I have them, that I have. It's in Yiddish. But then I decided I would start writing a little bit in English about my background. And as I wanted to start about my background, I realized I cannot do that. I couldn't write about my background. So I started writing what you see in the book, short stories. And then little by little, I went from short stories, which was fiction, I went into a little bit into non-fiction, and part of it is mentioned there. And then I went into poetry, which was also fiction and non-fiction. And at that time, there was a man here that I got to know, and we used to get together in this synagogue. He was quite a well-to-do man, millionaire. And his son became a rabbi in that synagogue. So there was this little discussion. I made some comment. And this man came over to me and said, can I invite you to my house? I would like to invite you to my house. So I said, of course, we'll be glad to. You know, I never knew him, I never talked to him. So we were invited, my wife and I were invited to his house. We became friends. His son started giving lectures, of course, on Judaistic subject. And so while we met every week, he all of a sudden, I made a comment. After I made that comment, he kept on asking me, why don't you write? So I said, actually, I started to write, but for no purpose at all. I wanted the family, if I can write a little bit about my background, I'll be glad to do so. Because no one in our family wrote anything about their of surviving, their way of surviving. So he said, could you show me some? I said, gladly. So I used to write in the subway on the way to work. Every time I would do something, and little by little it added up. And he said, would you show it to me? So every time I would see him, I would bring him a little story or a little poem. And then he said to me, he's a very quiet person, he said to me, I'll publish it. There was another shock for me. First of all, I didn't know he published, because he's into big stuff. And he even went in competition with AT&T, so it's big stuff, nothing for me to... I didn't know anything about his activities. It turned out that he had a publishing company that published magazines, stuff, not books. So at first I thought it was just talk. And then he said, no, send me all those things. I sent him the stuff. He sent it to his publishing company. And he published a book, which was a big shock to me. Of course, he told me, I'm only publishing the book, but I'm not going to be involved in any publicity or anything like that, because he has a lot on his mind, But he did it. Actually, I'm thankful to him that he did it. I didn't expect it at all. That's how the book came into being. Unintentionally.
How do you feel about the fact that a documentary is being made about you?
About?
How do you feel about the fact that a documentary film is being made about you?
There was also a surprise to me. I didn't expect it. Then Regina came up with the idea. She wants to. She read, of course, my book, but I don't think that was of any importance. She studied with my wife and was very close to her. And she became very close to us, and she was with my wife until the last moment of her life in the other room, which was unusual because she had a baby already at that time. But she felt so close to her, she could not go home. She called up, she said, I cannot go home. And she was with her until the last moment.
Who is Regina? Who is Regina?
Regina Spektor. You know her, of course. Yeah?
I've never met her. I've only spoken to her, but I'm just
Oh,
curious
I see.
about
Well,
that.
anyway, this is what, yeah. And
But how do you feel about it, having a film made of your life?
I was surprised. I didn't know what she was going to say. Well, actually, she wanted to write about my wife and me, about both our lives. So she added, she added all kinds of stuff, pictures, documents, I don't know, whatever. So she's going through it. She said she found somebody that would undertake it and edit it and all that. I said, okay, if you want to, go ahead. So that's all. But it was a surprise to me. Everything that happened to me was a surprise to me.
Have you found that groups of people that you've spoken to, whether they're young or adult, are receptive to your story?
About my stories or my talks? Because
Your talks.
my talks, I had very good reception. I was in schools, one of the worst schools in the Bronx here, Kennedy High School. I think it was one of my first ones. They are terrible. When I walked in, they searched me as if I went through the airport. Policemen on the floor. So you can imagine the kind of students they had. And when I started speaking, they were quiet. They were quiet. Only one person came up with a negative question. Why do you come to speak to us? So I told him, because I don't want you to go through what I went through. And if you grow up later, you will find out that you gain more by giving than by taking. And that was the end of the discussion. Nobody asked me. They asked me other questions. They came around and asked me all kinds of questions, yes. That was the only negative question I ever had in all the places that I spoke. People wanted to know more about it, yes. And a few weeks ago, when I went to speak to Iowa. And I spoke in a high school there. They liked it very much because they remembered me, the students remembered me. And they called him to ask me what my opinion is about the situation now in Iran. And I didn't want to be negative. Yeah, is there a possibility for peace? I should give them the answer. So I didn't want to be negative. So I wrote him to tell them, yes, there is a possibility if they don't want to kill us first. And then I apologized to the teacher why I was so but I could not give a clearer answer. And I said, that's the only way I could answer it.
Do you remember how you felt after October 7th? Your reaction to October 7th?
Oh, it was awful. But you know something? I was not surprised. What I was very surprised was in the Israeli government. To leave a border open to enemies that want to kill you, it's unheard of. It's not sane. I don't know what they were thinking. A 4-year-old would give them the answer. Not to leave a border so open that they can come in and kill people. It's unbelievable to me. Where were they? So I blame Netanyahu. Although I always thought of him very highly. But when I saw that, I thought the whole government they were too busy with themselves fighting with each other in parliament over things that they had no business fighting with. Israel is not the kind of country that could afford fighting. The United States can. Israel is too small. Their danger is too big. When somebody's standing with you with a gun, what is there to do except making sure that you protect yourself at the borders, at all borders? So I was shocked by the government, but not by what they were doing, because I knew what their aims were, the Hamas or Iran. They were open about it. They said, they taught their children to kill every Jew they see. So what else would you expect from them? But the government, the Israeli government, no.
Here in the United States, there's such an effort to teach children about the Holocaust. And the other side of the world, it's the opposite. It's what you said. I mean, there are European countries, yes, but in that region of the world, they're not teaching about the Holocaust.
Of course, no, well, not only about the Holocaust. Well, in one country they started already, I think. I'm not so sure whether it was in Saudi, one of the countries that is trying
Qatar.
to. What?
Maybe Qatar.
Qatar, no. No, Qatar is very, very much, the Hamas are actually able to live there in luxury in Qatar. Qatar is not a very friendly country.
So it's Saudi Arabia?
It could be Saudi Arabia or any other one. Or the United Arab Emirates. I don't remember at this time. Yeah. But otherwise, no. And in Europe is another story, by the way, which I don't think the European governments recognized it at the time. And when they started noticing anti-Semitism in Europe, it's not that Europe did not have it. It was everywhere. But it was an influx of people from the Mideast. They were the wrong kind of influx. I'm not saying people from the Middle East. I don't like to generalize. And Iran, I think, had a hand in it. They were trying to destroy democracy from inside. And I think that's what they're trying to do now. All these protests around universities, to me it was obvious. They were the real stuff, the bad stuff. Where did they come from? Who allowed them to come? I was questioned before I came here. Nobody ever questioned them coming in. The same thing happened in France. So France became afraid of them. Then they entered England. Now England is afraid of them. And now the United States is already afraid of them. So I think this is an inside job. An outside job aimed towards the inside of the free countries. And now I am afraid the free countries are not as free as they could be. As you know, there are already people, leaders in the United States government that could push the scale one way or the other. And some of them are, well, there's a small group, very small group, I refer to two of them mainly, that are so obviously anti-Semitic, they said it openly. And nobody ever spoke up. And the United States has not learned from history. Germany did, because you are not allowed to express hate openly in Germany, but you are allowed to express hate in the United States. So for me, that's a big step backward. I don't know where that's going to wind up. And Iran is so shrewd. They have a lot of very smart people. And they're doing their best to give the wrong propaganda and to spread it all over the world. Now with the internet, it's a cinch. And Israel, by the way, the PR in Israel is, to me, is practically zero. There was no, all these things were going on in the internet, and I don't remember anything really worthwhile that was expressed by some ambassador, or there may have been some, but they were too weak to make an impact on newspapers. So all that came in were wrong propaganda, I mean lies. And lies, if they are repeated, become truth. And truth, when it becomes accepted, it becomes legal. So I'm afraid that the direction is not going the right way. Outside Israel too. I mean, that's my own outlook, and I'm against the Israeli government in other ways too. Israel is a democratic country. If they are democratic, they should have immediately given all the rights to everybody living in the country. I know there is a lot of distrust. They cannot trust them to go to the army. The Arabs, you never know what happens, and things did happen. But an attempt to make an attempt to give them the right education or to change their education. But they were mostly open to the wrong propaganda. So their children were also taught wrongly. So to me this is unheard of. The country does not even bother to protect itself, neither physically nor emotionally or psychologically. They thought because they were right. It's not necessary. They are right. No. You can be right, and it takes very little, according to what we know from history, to turn right to wrong. And there was even here on the corner, when they were, when those protests were going on for a ceasefire. They didn't want a ceasefire. They wanted ceasefire so that Hamas does not suffer. And I turned to this man. Yeah, he belonged to some kind of organization, by the way. I said, how do you talk to someone who has a gun in front of you? How do you discuss anything with someone who doesn't want to talk to you? He didn't know what to say. So the whole thing is upside down. And now it's showing more and more. It's more obvious than it was before. But I'm surprised with so many intelligent people that are around, Jews and non-Jews, that it was not clear enough to them. They were not able to learn from history. Even Hitler said himself in the beginning, he doesn't want war. He's not interested in war. Aside from the fact that he talked about, in his book about Mein Kampf, that's another story. But to the British, what's his name? I think it was Foreign Minister.
Chamberlain?
No, Chamberlain was a good man. He tried, but in vain. He tried to make the English feel that they should face history. But Chamberlain came back with a piece of paper showing that the English people have nothing to be afraid of. Hitler will never attack them. So they never went to war. Until they found out too late, of course. Even Stalin made that mistake. He signed a pact with Hitler. Didn't last too long. And America did not want to listen to it either. Because Roosevelt was not interested in involving the United States. And he was not even interested in seeing to it that he did not want to involve the United States in the fact, even when the facts came out that there were concentration camps. He didn't want to send one plane to bomb the railroads that were taking people to be gassed. That was Roosevelt. So all around, there were a lot of mistakes made, and people don't want to learn from history. And you cannot make peace with Iran. The United States was paying money to Iran so they would be quiet. How can you deal with a government like that wants to destroy another people? What kind of peace is that? So I don't understand the whole thing.
Do you have any, do you hold out any hope for the future?
I want to hope. But directions tells me that it's on the way down, and I hope some miracles happen. It would take a miracle, and I don't know how it will happen. How you can reverse a world sickness, a sick world, and a hurt world. How all that can be returned into sanity. I don't know. I want to hope. And there's nothing less that one can do now and hope. But only to a miracle. Everything is going the wrong way.
Is there anything else that you'd like to share before we conclude your interview?
What's
Is
that?
there anything else you'd like to say before we finish your interview?
Yes, that I've seen best and the worst in humanity. And I hope that the best eventually will win.
Thank you very much.
This is the picture of my father and mother when they were married. My father's name was Berl Marder, and my mother's name was Esther Distenfeld, and they were married in Czernowitz. The year, I'm sorry, I cannot tell you. This is a family picture, and from the right is my mother, Esther Marder, and to the left of her is my father, Berl Marder. To the left is my sister, Eva Marder. And to the very end of the left is my aunt, Devorah Distenfeld. And the little boy is myself, Sam. This picture is about myself. I don't know exactly what age I was, but I was just taking in a carriage for a walk. This is a document of registration from the Jewish Agency with my identification showing that they registered me for Aliyah to Israel. This is the other part of the document that was given to me in Munich, near Fernwald. And it just indicates that I was registered to go to Palestine. This is my Master of Music document, and it was done, as you can see, it was from the Manhattan School of Music. This is a picture of Leopold Stokowski, conductor with whom I played for many, many years until he retired. This is a sample of one of my many works that I did in transcribing Solaire's music for violin and piano. And it was done, I did a lot of study at the Royal Escorial in Spain and the library, and I came up with quite a few works that I wanted to transcribe. This is just one example of them. And it was dedicated to Queen Sofia of Spain. This is a picture of my wife, Sonia Vargas, and she is being televised while she's playing a concert in Bogota, Colombia. In 1961, this is a book I wrote. The title is Devils and Angels. Journey from Paradise and Hell to Life. And it is a collection of short stories and poems. This prayer book is called Beit Yaakov, and it is by a scholar of the name of Yaakov Emden. It's very old. It was published in Lemberg, which is in Lvov, which is now Ukraine, I think. In any case, it is a book that contains all kinds of commentaries on the prayers, unlike many others.
And whose property was this?
And it was my father's property, and I carried that from our hometown, where we were driven to concentration camp, all the way to camp, back to our hometown, to the border of, through Poland, to the border of Czechoslovakia, and then to Germany, and then brought it here to the States.
So went from Czernowitz
Yes.
to
From
Transnistria.
Czernowitz to the United States. A night on the way to Transnistria. Kassowitz was not a forest for peaceful meditation on nature's wondrous beauty, no place for animals to spend the winter in tranquil hibernation, as one might imagine a forest to be. It was a place of bestiality, where earth joined freezing hell, where only innocents were punished. Thousands were gunned down after beatings and savagery. It was a place where children's pure eyes first witnessed the lowest of humanity, where thousands joined their families on their final walk to eternity, where mothers carried their babies dead with no time to bury them, where sounds of grinding teeth from cold mingled with gunshots filled the chilly forest night, a place where bodies barely alive collapse in the muddy grounds, a place where each gunshot added another human moribund sound, when children's voices moaning echoed through the forest trees, and gunfire was our only fight. And gunfire was our only light. In the dark of that cursed night. Can we skip it and take out?
Mr. Martyr wishes to re-record this poem.
A night on the way to Transnistria. Krasauts was not a forest for peaceful meditation on nature's wondrous beauty, no place for animals to spend the winter in tranquil hibernation, as one might imagine a forest to be. It was a place of bestiality, where earth joined freezing hell, where only innocents were punished. Thousands were ground down after beatings and savagery. It was a place where children's pure eyes first witnessed the lowest of humanity, where thousands joined their families on their final walk to eternity, where mothers carried babies dead with no time to bury them, where sounds of grinding teeth from cold mingled with gunshots filled the chilly forest night, a place where bodies barely alive collapsed on the muddy grounds, a place where each gunshot added another human moribund sound, where children's voices moaning echoed through the forest trees, and gunfire was our only light. In the dark of that cursed night, a place where deadly clamor never ceased, when only the heavens were astonishingly quiet. This is a plaque from a school, one of the many schools that I gave talks to, and this is just a sample. This is one of my violins and the bow, and I use them quite often, especially during times when I passed borders of countries that were questionable to me. I was afraid that my main violin could be confiscated. So I decided to use this violin, which is a more modern violin, also pretty nice. And I'm very glad I used it for many years.
And who made the violin?
Berger. The name is Berger.